I'll call the August Franklin County Board meeting to order. I'll ask our Supervisor Mike Carter and Supervisor Laurie Smith to do our prayer and pledge of allegiance. So if we'll stand.
Thank you all for coming today. Let us pray. Lord, we ask your divine guidance today in all the decisions that come before our board. We thank you for this beautiful weather. We ask that you help the people that have been afflicted with COVID for a speedy cure. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball. All right, what are we going to do? We're going to do this now. Okay. You want to do it, or we can do it? Whichever you think is good. We want to recognize Mr. Earl Webb this morning for his time in to Franklin County. Resolution of appreciation from the county. Whereas Mr. Earl Webb, a resident of the Blackwater Magisterial District of Franklin County, was appointed to the Planning Commission in June of 2000 and faithfully served for 20 years as a Planning Commission of the Blackwater District. Whereas as a Planning Commissioner, Mr. Webb represented not only the people of the Blackwater District, but all of the people of Franklin County of today and of future generations. Whereas Mr. Webb participated in the development of the comprehensive plan for the county, updating the subdivision ordinance as well, and the creation of the initial and amendments thereof of the zoning ordinance. And whereas Mr. Webb participated in the development of the Union Hall, Westlake Forward, Durham Village Plan, in addition to other plans. So be it therefore resolved to extend today warm thanks to Earl Webb for his professionalism, friendship, and fellowship during the years of service. Be it further resolved that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby express an appreciation to Mr. Webb for 20 years of outstanding service to the people of Franklin County and extend the best wishes for his continual health and happiness. Mr. Webb, we thank you long term, and so we're blessed to have you.
Quick picture with Chairman Mitchell. Excellent. Thank you.
And we'll have some other people that have done outstanding work for the county, and so Chris will recognize these people, and we're calling them COVID hometown heroes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have several in the audience today, and then several probably watching online. Of course, this board certainly did not know prior to 2020 what 2020 would bring in terms of the COVID virus and the effects of the pandemic, the global pandemic on Franklin County here locally. I am pleased to say it's really an honor, Mr. Chair, members of the board today, not only to recognize those in attendance today, and these are just a few of the individuals that have been working very hard, very strongly over those many months, responding to our citizens, both with food, responding to our citizens with personal protective equipment, hand sanitizers, other assistance. So we have a lot of folks in the room today, and I want to be the first to say we probably have a lot more out there watching that have provided, whether it's through their civic organizations, through their churches. Franklin County is stronger today, while we may seem to certainly question COVID and the effects on the pandemic, and one would question, how does that make a community stronger? But I can say today, I think we are stronger because of our people, because I think of this board has heard me say many times, of good Franklin County grit, and we have a lot of it, and I think we're much stronger for it as a community. So I'd like to, today, there's a few people that we'd like to recognize in the audience with us. And so a lot of our viewers and many in attendance today may not realize that since the global pandemic has occurred, we have partnered with many nonprofit organizations in terms of providing food, necessary meals to our citizens, assistance, well-being checks for seniors, senior meals for those that have been maybe adversely affected in some way, and they could be challenged from a transportation standpoint, not able to get out and even go through a drive-through for a meal, and et cetera. So there are several organizations, and including county departments, but a lot of folks here. And so if you're in the audience, if you would stand as I call your name today to be recognized for all the great work you have done. Certainly in the room today with United Way is Pam Chitwood, who has helped coordinate a lot of this effort. And sitting back there beside Pam, Kenny Ayers of Proline Next Haul Trailers. Of course, Proline and Next Haul has provided a lot of their equipment and their trailers to assist the community and these meal locations. In addition, Nicole Pierce, is she in the audience today? Yeah, there's Nicole with Liquid Performance. We thank you so much for all the personal protective equipment, and I say it's the best hand sanitizer in the United States. I give a plug in for you. It's been tremendous. And then, of course, would be remiss if I didn't recognize several county departments that have coordinated a lot of this effort with Next Hall, Proline, and Liquid Performance, as well as the United Way. And our Parks and Recreation, our Aging Services staff, Paul Chapman, Marcia Cramblett, Cindy Taylor, Flo Brown. I think I saw Flo in the audience. Yes, Zach Brooks. I know I see Zach back there. Thank you guys. Certainly our volunteers from our fire EMS agency, and I think Morris is in the back. Morris Ledbetter, representing the Franklin County. Of course, he's the chairman of the Franklin County Volunteer Fire Association. James Webb, I see you back there. The chief of the Volunteer Fire Department. Dot, I think I saw you back there too, of the Callaway Fire Department. John Herman, Fork Mountain Volunteer Fire Department. Is John with us today? And Amy Panel, as well. Of course, public safety staff doing a lot of good work in coordinating a lot of this. Dana Miller and Pat Meeks and Jay Mason, I know on staff. I think I got to see some of you. Our registrar, Kay Chipwood, I believe you were here, and Kay had mentioned the other day, and I hope she's with us today. She's the chief officer of the election in the Scruggs precinct, Stephanie Schaefer. Stephanie with us. Stephanie, I understand, was very busy making a lot of masks for the community and for our election officers, and we appreciate that so much. And then our sheriff's office. I know we have members of the sheriff's office. I think our sheriff is here, and your staff. Again, these are just a few of the highlights, and I would like to just thank everyone on behalf of the county for all the great work that you've done, specifically not only county staff, but truly our volunteers and our businesses. And it's really a heartfelt. Kenny and Nicole, thank you so much. And Pam with United Way, we just really applaud you today for all your efforts. And then, of course, everyone else in the room and out there in cyberspace watching, we're going to miss a lot of folks. As I said earlier, that have done a lot of great things over the last several months, and will continue to need those services over the months ahead. But on behalf of my office, certainly I would like to thank you all.
Mr. Whitfield, I'd like to acknowledge Dempsey Moore, Chief of Scruggs, and Jane Crawford.
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Moore, good to see you. And Ms. Crawford, good to see you today as well. Thank you.
I think we need to give these folks a round of applause.
And again, from the board and from everyone here, and, you know, this is Franklin County. We stick together, we work together, and so when we can see and so many more people that are involved in other ways that really make all of this a success. And so I'll open our public comment time. Mr. Bill Perlman.
Hello, my name is Bill Perlman. I live in Glade Hill. My position regarding the display of the rebel flag on the courthouse lawn remains unchanged. It's contextually inappropriate and it should be relocated. Today I stand before you, though, with a call to action. Last month you made a decision that set in motion a series of events where your actions and inactions will be loudly heard across the state. If you've ever been deep sea fishing before, you know when someone hooks a big fish, everyone on the boat takes action. Everyone has a job to do. Everyone does something while that fish is on the line. Those on the boat don't know if there's a shark on the line, a tuna, a marlin, whatever kind of game fish it is. Despite not knowing what kind of fish is on the line, those on the boat take action. This board went proverbially deep sea fishing last month, and you don't know what kind of fish is on the end of the line with this referendum. You don't know what the outcome of the referendum will be, but you are the Board of Supervisors or the crew of this fishing boat, and now it's time to reel. It's time to do something. It's time to prepare. It's time to plan. There are 4 outcomes that the board should have a plan for before the election: remove, relocate, cover, or conceptualize the memorial. There should be a standing work group for September and October where potential plans for all 4 options are developed. Inaction is an abdication of your duties. You set the proverbial hook on this fish last month by ordering the referendum. You don't know the outcome, but you know that there's work to be done. The whole crew has to take action. Now is the time to take that action and engage with your constituents and your community. As a further call to action, the referendum decision has now created more work for the board. You would be negligent in your duties if you fail to recognize the demographics of this county. You're asking the county to provide you with advice with this referendum. You're asking 90% of our community to give advice to the board on an issue that is deeply impactful to less than 10% of our community. The additional work now required for the board is to give that less than 10% of our community the same voice as the other 90%. Folks like Greg Maxwell have asked each of you to establish a diversity and inclusion council. This is the work now before the board. Engage, plan, establish a diversity and inclusion council. Don't let your inaction speak more loudly than your actions. You chose last month to go fishing proverbially. Now you have proverbially caught that fish. Now it's time to act as a board, as a crew, as a team, and give that 10% of our community the same voice as the other 90% and plan to relocate the rebel flag display to a contextually appropriate location. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Dyer.
How you doing? My name is Brian Dyer. I live at 342 Dyer Lane. That's Henry, Virginia, Franklin County side. I've come today to ask you guys to vote for the consent agenda item 1, the Second Amendment resolution. It's a no new gun control resolution. July 1st, localities were allowed to impart their own new gun control, ban guns in certain areas, things of that nature. There's laws out there now that they're trying to get passed that would allow them to ban firearms on streets adjacent to or in parallel with events. And that could lead to people not being able to carry their firearms out their own front doors. This new, I call it the gutting of preemption, allows localities to enact their own gun control and create a patchwork of different stuff all throughout the state. I couldn't imagine going to Clarksville and go through all those different zones and have every one of them be different laws. I may be able to carry my firearm in some areas and may not be able to carry it in others. The resolution just kind of puts you guys out there publicly as saying, we don't plan to exercise this. We think, you know, the gun laws are okay like they are. We don't want to impart any further restrictions on law-abiding citizens, because that's what this is basically based on. We know criminals aren't going to follow the law anyway. And so I would urge you guys strongly to vote yes on consent agenda item 1. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brenda McManaway.
Yes, my name is Brenda McManaway, and I am living on 5531 Bethlehem Road in Boone's Mill. And I have come today to thank you all for hearing me, number one, and to let you know that I have been in the process of trying to build a duplex. I inherited 29 acres, which is directly across the road from my home on Bethlehem Road. It's 2 miles up from Boone's Mill. It's where two nice lakes are. If you ever go up Bethlehem, you'll probably recognize that area. It has approximately 5 acres of cleared land. Most of it is wooded. There is a 3-acre lake on that property. And I began my process in March of this year to try to start the building of the duplex. I immediately found that I was to get a zoning request in. So I went to the zoning office, I completed some work, and then to get an amendment to the zone. And because this land is an A1 zone at this point, and I was told that it was denied. I then called the zoning office. I spoke to a Mr. Terry Arrington. And at the zoning office, he told me that I could not build a duplex on A1 zoning property. He said you could apply for rezoning, but it will be denied. So I said, okay, what else can I do? And he said, nothing. No, you can't build a duplex. And so I said, well, this doesn't seem right. So I called Mr. Thompson, my supervisor, and I told him what had occurred. And he said, well, he would talk to Steve Sandy in the planning office to see how this could be resolved. So then a couple of weeks I heard from Mr. Sandy, and he told me that the only thing that we could do was to come to you all and ask for a definition of A1 zoning. Because at the present time, you cannot build a duplex in Franklin County. It does not fit under any of the zoning ordinances. And unless it is written in somewhere, it says a duplex can be built or a multi-family home, then it cannot be done. So I am here today to ask for your assistance in this and to see if we could get this done. I certainly appreciate zoning. My husband and I have worked for 30 years developing a piece of property on Bethlehem Road that is considered one of the nicest looking places around. And I think that if you know that area, you would picture it immediately. Beautiful barn, nice lake there, and that kind of thing. But we don't want anything around us that is not correct, and say a hog pen or anything of that nature. So we, of course, would only build something that is equal to what we already have, and would live by that as well. Within the area of where this would be built, there is a 1/4 of a mile away, there is a duplex. Now, am I supposed to hush or anything?
Just real quick, please.
There is a duplex, and otherwise there are many rental homes. Otherwise, on this property that on the road right at us, there are single family homes. And I would appreciate anything that you can do, because I don't think the citizens of Franklin County, nor many of you, knew that that was true, that you couldn't build a duplex.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the right to speak on this when we get to other matters by supervisors.
Yes, sir. Dempsey Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Whitlow. I'm Dempsey Moore. I'm Chief Scruggs Fire and Rescue. I got a few little topics I'd like to talk about. First, I hope y'all realize how good public safety and the volunteers are working together now. And I credit that to some of the leadership we got. We're really coming with the Volunteer Association. We're really coming together and trying to make one unified team for this county. And that's something we've been trying to work on for years, but it's finally starting to happen. I want to talk to you a little bit about the SCBAs that coming up today. That's the self-contained breathing apparatus for firefighters. This is something that's very important to us. We need this. That's our livelihood if we go into any kind of environment. That's hazmat, COVID-19, any fire, car wrecks. And what you folks may not realize, a lot of our people are using turnout gear that's way out of date because departments just cannot come up with the money to pay for it with all the other little things we got to take care of. And I sure hope you know what a liability that is for my department, me, any other department, the chief. And this is where it don't go downhill, it comes uphill. We'll start with the fire department and come all the way to y'all if someone gets hurt or something happens really bad. So I think it's something that needs to be addressed. That the turnout gear I brought that in there too much. The turnout gear is one of the main things that needs to be addressed. We have to have that. I don't know what would happen if the firefighter said, well, I'm not going to wear it because it's out of date. What would we do to replace that? How are we going to do it? But the SCBAs, I thank you if you buy them from me, my department. We're 2 years overdue. We need them, and we'd love to have them, and we use them. We take care of them like our own. It's a lot of money, I understand, and a lot of tax dollars. But I think we have an opportunity right now to purchase that stuff, and we should take advantage of it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, we've done the code. All right, board members will look at the consent agenda. If you have any you'd like to pull or anything like that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 1 and number 5, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 4 and number 6.
Okay. That leaves us 2, 3, and 7. If we want to, anyway, we'll go to number 1 first, which is the Second Amendment resolution. Comments on that, please.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that this be pulled simply to bring attention to the language that's in this resolution and the importance of it, as I know that we have all received feedback from our constituents. I don't know if it's in order or not, Mr. Chairman. Do you think that we could read this aloud, or what would be your guidance?
It's number. We could read it if you'd like. I don't have any objection to it.
Okay. It's not a lengthy resolution.
Did you have something, Ronnie?
This has been checked by the county attorney, has it not? Been through the office.
Yeah,
I'll say. Does that clear up any concern?
No, I just want to make sure this is in the consent agenda, and I just want to make sure that the citizens understand the position that we've taken on this issue. And we can summarize what's in this resolution, but I just did not want this afternoon to pass without an acknowledgement that this is up for adoption by this board, and that the resolution, in the spirit of it, supports that we just do nothing further with regard to further restrictions on carrying guns. So I just wanted to bring attention to that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. I've asked the attorney if he would just give us a quick brief on what this actually covers, and really what we're enacting.
Well, as with any resolution of the board, it is essentially a sense of the board. It is, as with any other resolution, you can't bind future boards. So basically, what you would be doing by passing the resolution is stating your position on the matter today.
Mm-hmm. So this is a resolution, and no problem with us passing it, I don't think. But I would just like for the people in the audience to know this is really well, I guess you'd call it a non-binding resolution. As far as it's just explaining to the people that this board would like to keep it as it is today. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to number 4.
Mr. Chairman, when you said non-binding resolution, you're just talking about future boards could go back and change this if they so
Well,
choose.
this board can change it. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this board can change it.
I don't mind reading it, if that's what you were looking for.
It's at the pleasure of the board.
You mind if I read it aloud?
No?
Resolution of Franklin County Board of Supervisors. Whereas, in acknowledgement of its deep commitment to the rights of all citizens of and visitors to Franklin County to keep and bear arms, Franklin County Board of Supervisors previously declared Franklin County to be a Second Amendment sanctuary, and whereas certain legislation has been passed in the Virginia General Assembly that allows localities to, by ordinance, ban otherwise lawfully possessed and transported firearms from certain public spaces, causing law-abiding citizens to be exposed to a patchwork of local ordinances as they travel throughout the Commonwealth. And whereas the Franklin County Board of Supervisors acknowledges the significant economic contribution made to our community by tourists and visitors and does not wish to discourage travel to Franklin County. And whereas Franklin County wishes to welcome all law-abiding citizens who wish to live in, visit, or otherwise participate in the economy of our community, including those citizens and visitors who choose to legally carry a firearm for personal protection. And whereas the Franklin County Board of Supervisors does not wish to infringe on the rights of the citizens of or visitors to Franklin County to keep and bear arms. And whereas the Franklin County Board of Supervisors wishes to express its continued opposition to any law that would unconstitutionally restrict the rights of the citizens of and visitors to Franklin County to keep and bear arms. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of Franklin County, Virginia, that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby declares Franklin County, Virginia, shall not exercise any authority granted to it by Section 15.2-915E of the Code of Virginia to regulate or prohibit the otherwise legal purchase, possession, or transfer of firearms and ammunition.
Okay. We'll go to number 4. Parks and Recreation.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a question concerning the purchase of this skid steer equipment. Will that be strictly for the use of Parks and Rec, or will that piece of machinery be available, for example, if they needed it at the landfill or other county offices?
Mr. Chairman, I think I can answer that. Yeah, it would be available, Mr. Carter, members of the board, to other county departments. Certainly, it would be titled and insured by the County of Franklin. Of course, primarily, the use of the piece of equipment is to assist with the building of trails with Parks and Recreation, specifically the disc golf course. As stated in the summary, much of that, of course, is from the proceeds of the emergency funds that we received from the tornado that came through last April of 2019. So,
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, and we'll go to number 6. No, number 7.
I'd ask for number 5, Mr. Chairman.
Did I miss you? Okay, let's do number 5.
I'm easy to miss. Okay, number 5, with respect to the next gen installation for 911 center. Mr. Whitlow, on page 2, it refers that the county may need to fund one-time remaining implementation costs. What triggers that if it's one-time implementation?
implementation cost.
What triggers that?
Ms. Smith, I think the answer to your question, the way the summary's read, and of course, Mr. Brian Carter and Mr. Justin Sigmund are with us today that could elaborate on that. But that is if there are any additional cost above and beyond what is already being provided for by the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Okay.
So if there is, for whatever reason, something beyond the estimate for the equipment and so forth of the next gen 911, that there could possibly be, an additional cost at that time. However, the county has already set aside sufficient funds to cover that budgetarily from the 911 center account.
It seems it's just a project contingency.
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
that's better said.
Okay, and the only other question I have, if I may, I have visited the 911 center. I don't think it's any secret to anyone that they are in very cramped space. What are the space requirements that next-gen software and equipment is going to pose to Peggy and the staff in there? I'm concerned about that.
Sure. Great question. Don't necessarily know the answer to your question, Ms. Smith. Certainly we can work with the sheriff's office and provide that information back to the board, and be glad to look into that. And maybe Mr. Sigmund could speak to some of that, perhaps.
We appreciate that concern. Peggy Foley has joined us by phone today, and I'm sure she would like to would have some comments on space needs inside her dispatch center. I haven't been made aware from her of any particular space needs in reference to the next generation and what we're here today for. But this is a project that we would like to explore in the future of expansion of our 911 center.
Thank you, Justin.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to this. I've brought up in the past, and I'll reiterate today, I think this just sheds more light on the fact that we need to start looking very seriously at a new 911 center to serve Franklin County. That 911 center was built back in the early 90s, and it was built to serve the county for approximately 10 years or so. It did that, but it is way behind now. It is very cramped. And a lot of the equipment, I'm glad to see that we are keeping up with upgrades, but a lot of the equipment is dated. I would hate to think that I had to work in that environment for 12 hours. When you go to turn around, you're bumping elbows with the person next to you. And when we've had some pretty phenomenal weather events in the last year or so, and I know what that does to that 911 center. So we need, as a board, as a county, need to take a serious look at, we've got to start, quit kicking the can down the road. We need to start looking at a new 911 center.
We certainly appreciate those comments. Sheriff Overton's here as well, and look forward to working and partnering together to do just that. So.
And I applaud the partnership with Patrick County on this initiative. That's a great way to leverage resources.
I'd like to recognize Director Foley on that. She's worked with Entrado, utilizing that, and increased funding through working with Patrick County on that grant. So,
Well
Mr.
done.
Chairman, go ahead, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, please don't.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to echo what Mr. Tatum said, that the 911 center is something that we definitely need to update, because every citizen of Franklin County deserves, when they dial 911, they deserve to have the people that's not only educated and trained, but also people who aren't drained out by being so close to everybody else and all that stuff. Now, I've been in the 911 center, and I'll be honest with you, to change my mind, I had to go outside to do it. That's how tight it is.
Well, and just to add to that, with the COVID situation, has been a major focus with Director Foley and staff of making sure social distancing and that cramped space, an exposure or a positive COVID person could be very difficult to work through in that kind of environment. So,
Well, I tell you, we're very fortunate to have what we have, because not only the sheriff, the deputies, everybody else, but the 911 center, like I said, it's a job just trying to be in it and interact with each other and yet still do your job. So I'm more than glad to favor to say, okay, let's do this. Let's get this built, get it done. Because like I said, everybody in Franklin County deserves, when they dial 911, that we have somebody to answer respectfully and get it done. And to do that, we've got to update. So we need to protect our county citizens by doing that.
thank you.
Thanks,
Mr.
Justin.
Chairman, if I may, Major, about a year ago, I was invited to come down and take a tour and went through there, and it was discussed at that time that the potential of knocking a hole in the wall there and going over in the old records department and where we used to have the meeting room
Correct.
and property, is that still in the thinking about? I mean, that would more than double your space and,
We have
or
explored that.
has-
That is a pretty significant wall that was at the, it was the exterior wall of the existing building for 911. It's pretty a significant structural piece there. We have looked into that as an option, but I wasn't a part of that initial conversations.
but that option is still available.
Technically, yes, sir.
I had one question, and how is the combination between Patrick and Franklin County, how will that work, just a short?
They also, Director Foley is on the line, but they also used Intrado as their call handling equipment vendor. So they had similar systems. So they was able to partner with that. It does allow us, if we have a failure or backup, to transfer our lines to Patrick County in a situation. We would have to have a dispatcher actually physically drive right now to Patrick County, but we would be able to have a dispatcher sitting in Patrick County to continue 911 calls. So that system is similar with that partnership, and when, as we do with grants, sometimes if you can partner as a regional partners, it is beneficial in the grant process, and it did, from my understanding, allow us to get an additional $50,000 overall for the grants.
That's good, and also it's, you need a backup system somewhere.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Justin.
Okay, number 6.
Mr. Chairman, I raised the issue of number 6. It concerns me that we are going to have to pay somebody $24,500 to administer the CARES Act agreement to these other agencies. I feel like we have Mr. Copenhaver on board as a paid contractor to handle that. I just don't feel it's necessary. That's $24,500 we could spend for something else like turnout equipment for the fire department or whatever. That's where I'm at. I have an issue with number 6 paying this money to United Way to administer the program.
I have a question too about it. Wouldn't STEP be able to partake in administering the funds as well?
They will.
So they're included with United Way on.
They'll be, yes, they're actually part of the CARES fund that we're talking about this afternoon.
Okay.
So yes, we had actually looked at this and had felt like that with the program, the software program, the experience that United Way has dealing with this type of clientele that has more needs than what our staff has been used to dealing with, that United Way would be the best one to kind of run that, keep up with the record keeping. They have more contacts within the social services related community and network. So we felt like that would be a good place to do this. STEP and DSS would be continuing to operate those programs. We'd be looking at 5% administration fee for STEP, 5% for DSS, to help them with the influx of customers that they may not otherwise have been able to handle.
And
And Pam
Ms.
is
Sherwood,
here in case there's any
you'll be
questions
taking
on
care of the Franklin County citizens with this?
Yeah, and just to speak to that, I know that Michael and I have already been working on this for several weeks now, and we've been working with citizens.
Can you speak into the mic, please? I can't hear you.
Absolutely. So just to speak to those concerns, I know that just standing here a year ago, we were talking about United Way and how United Way could better serve Franklin County. And this is something that we've been working on for the past few months and have stepped into this component with Mike and working on how we can already make this process a little easier on Franklin County. And because we already have the working relationship with all of the nonprofits here in Franklin County, we've been handling the background research, we've been handling the paperwork and setting up the spreadsheets and the computer programming. Yes, STEP does already have this ability, but what they're doing is they're on the ground meeting with people. They're not having the background in how to set up the computer program and do the spreadsheeting, and that's what we're doing for them. DSS, again, is meeting with the people, and what we're doing is that data collection. What we're also doing for them is making sure that you're getting the monthly reporting that you need and the federal reporting that is necessary to turn in for your CARES Act funding. And so in order to alleviate the concerns that your county needs to get all that reporting in for CARES financing, that's what we're doing. And so it's a little bit of a higher echelon of reporting that comes in when you have CARES funding, rather than just reporting for what patients' needs and people's client needs are.
That answered my question right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Mr. Burnett, I have one last question, if I may. Would this go beyond December 31st?
No, this would end in no later than December 30th. It could end sooner, depending on how quickly we get the funds expended to clients.
So we're talking about 4 or 5 months?
Yes, I would anticipate that it's going to be, will run out a lot faster than that.
Okay.
It'll run out as the money runs out.
Yeah.
I have a concern, Mr. Chairman, on, like I told you, with the CARES Act funding for businesses. I think you guys did a pretty good job. I think we do a little bit better job making sure all the businesses know about that. Same thing with this. How are we going to let our citizens know about it? Not everybody, especially our senior citizens, they don't do social media. I don't want to rely solely on social media to get this out.
I'm going to let Pam do that. She knows exactly how they're going to get that word out.
Okay.
And to speak to that as well, we have a marketing and media department at our agency who's actually working on that build out. We now have, with the permission and as this goes in, as soon as our MOU goes through, our media department is working on newspaper releases. We have a card that's actually going out with a magnet on it for citizens in the county. We also are working on television spots, radio announcements, and we have a series of releases that will go through social media for others. But we've built a hashtag around it that will be released to the citizens as well. And we have spokespeople that will be talking back and forth through our citizens, because we do want someone to reach every citizen so that we're talking with them on a one-on-one basis. Working with our Franklin News Post, as well as working through our local avenues of TV relationships. We're going to get this released as far and as wide as we can. It is a concern of ours as well. Do we have enough built into this for the funding? Because as you said, Mr. Mitchell, this funding will run out. And we don't want it to run out too quickly, but we also want to make sure that we have the ability to reach as many folks as we can with it.
Keep in mind your volunteer fire and rescue departments, your ladies auxiliaries. There's what I would call local leaders in the communities sitting in this crowd now. You got James and Dot Webb. People like that can really reach out to the people that are super hard. The people that live all the way at the end of Cowway Road and at the top of 5 Mile Mountain that have nothing but a telephone. So I want to make sure we don't leave any stone unturned. Is that the old saying?
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Mitchell, I'll just add one other item to that and that's another reason we're so thankful to be working with United Way. They deal with every nonprofit within the community, so they're able to get this word out to the nonprofits that can then send it out to some of their clients. So people that we may not otherwise get.
And I just want to make sure that we're saying what we're talking about up here, because I don't think it's been said. This is $300,000 that the board is allocating to assist citizens with rent, mortgage assistance, and utility assistance. That is a very big deal. This board, I know, has taken that very personally. We have championed this. We want this to happen. And so, to Mr. Mitchell's point, the effectiveness of making sure our citizens know that we all care as a county, and we're trying to give a hand up where it's needed. So I just wanted to say what it is we were talking about here.
Well, and I'm glad you did, Ms. Smith. I think that one thing that the community does need to know is, of all the projects that we've talked about with the CARES Act funding, this board has been most supportive and most direct in making sure that the businesses and the residents got the assistance that we could provide through the CARES Act. And without the direction of the board and the county administrator, who knows where some of those funds would have gone. So thank you for your
Thank you,
support.
Pam.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make a motion we approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? I think we'll stick with our roll call vote. Yes, ma'am,
A
please.
motion made by Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Connie Condit, to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Condit.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you all for your comments. Very.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Mr. Daniels?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can. I hope the rest of them.
All right. It's good to be with you today. We've got a fairly brief update. As always, I'm going to hit the highlights on our board report, starting with the Route 116 Jubilee Highway. We are progressing well with our repair work up near Cooper's Cove at the Roanoke County line. A significant portion of the work's complete with the part that our soil nail contractor was handling. They have finished their part, as I said, and they've moved out. We are completing the backfill, and we've got some drainage work to do, and of course paving at the end. We still are targeting a Labor Day reopening or near that weekend if everything goes well and the weather holds out. I did want to highlight something I probably wouldn't normally highlight, but it's tree trimming. Pretty simple operation. We recently got some work done on Hardy Road and also Boone's Mill Road, and the reason I highlight it is tree trimming for us has become a pretty tough thing to get done. We've struggled with our district-wide contracts for whatever reason. Some of it is our contracting requirements, our contract requirements, but we've got a contract in place now. We've used it some, but we're trying to get more of that work done. So I'm sure many of you have gotten complaints or just in your travels, seen many areas that need trimming, and we're well aware of that. So we're working on that. Over the next couple months, a couple things that we've had to delay because of weather. We're going to pick back up, one of those being 6 Mile Post, and that's just some in-wall installation for a pipe that needs to be complete. We'll get that done hopefully beginning in mid-September, late September at the latest. Algoma Road, same thing. We're actually going to replace a pipe on Algoma. We had planned to do it earlier this summer, but now we're looking at a late August, early September start on that. Moving on to page 2, Coles Creek. We actually, that project is complete. It wasn't complete when we put this report together, but the road is now back open. So that's another low water structure that we've been able to replace in the county. We've got several more of those that we have our eyes on. If you remember, we completed Pembroke a few months ago, a little while back. And we've got several of those, as I said, across the county that have got quite a bit of age on them. The pipes are failing, and they have filled up with debris of some fashion. So we're working to improve those structures around the county. Some work that's also been complete is some patching on 220 around the town and in the Burnt Chimney area. We've still got some more of that to be done over the next weeks. And our surface treatment schedule for our secondary routes, which is a chip seal, for some of you hopefully they will be here late this month, next month, throughout the county, doing our surfacing schedule for the year. Moving on to page 3, I want to make a change on 122 bridge over Blackwater. We're showing a project completion for late fall of 2020. That's actually been moved out just a touch into winter. Towards the end of this calendar year is the target now. Our construction section is working with the contractor to try to make some minor changes to speed that project along. I do want to add one item to traffic studies. The 3 that are listed are ongoing. We talked about those last month, but we very recently sent up a request to review the flashing yellow arrow at the Works Road 220 intersection there, Plateau Plaza. We've had several requests to look at that flashing yellow arrow. It's been in place for some time now, but for whatever reason, we've had some people that have disregarded the arrow and caused some accidents and what have you. So we're taking a look at that to see if it's appropriate and what we could do to help that. Visibility is not an issue generally, but for whatever reason we're having some crashes. So we're looking at that. And with that, I really have an update for the project status on page 4. Those projects are moving along as documented in the report, and nothing of significance for this month. So, Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Okay.
Hang on for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Does anyone
have a question, Mr. Chairman? Hey, Todd?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I noticed on the requested safety studies, Route 919 Grassy Hill and 994 New Plant Road. Can you update me on where we're at on that? From what I understand, I think we've had another accident since the last time we've talked there.
Mr. Rich, the audio is pretty sparse. Could you repeat? Couldn't quite understand it.
On the safety study for Grassy Hill Road and New Plant Road, where are we at on that right now?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Ronnie, if Mr. Mitchell's getting, if you're talking about New Plant,
yes,
we are working with Appalachian. Our utility engineers work with Appalachian. We're working with Appalachian Power. We are hopeful that they will secure the pole, take down the guy wires, and we can excavate along the slope. I can't 100% commit to that right now because it's not. We haven't got all our ducks in a row, if you will. We will have to secure a right of entry from the landowner because we're going to get significantly off the right of way to do this work. But right now, the critical point is getting Appalachian on board to secure the pole and figure out how much excavation we can do. So not a lot of new information. We're not ready for construction. This one's been, I think, as I talked about before, this one's a little more complex than a lot of our smaller site distance projects that we've worked on, but we are definitely progressing on it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Todd, this is Lori. Can you give me a status on the Scruggs Blue Water Drive and Scruggs Brooks Mill Road studies?
Yeah, so I'll do the Brooks Mill Road study first. Ms. Smith, it is in our traffic engineering group, and they are reviewing it. We've talked to them a few times over email, but we don't have a final recommendation on that intersection. The Blue Water intersection, we actually have a meeting scheduled. It's a Google meeting scheduled next week to talk about the Blue Water intersection. Traffic engineering group has been out, looked at the alignment, looked at traffic data. I want to say they did some speed, took some speed data. I don't know exactly what fashion they did that in. But the point is, we've got a meeting next week to discuss that one. So Blue Water's a little bit ahead of Brooks Mill, but not a lot. But we're working on both.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one comment, Todd. This is Mike Carter, Rocky Mount. I want to commend you on the exit ramp off of 220 there at Rocky Mount. You all did a great job on that. And a comment about the flashing arrows at the Plateau Plaza 220 intersection. I have been in 3 near-miss accidents there. I think those flashing arrows are really dangerous, and I think you all should do away with it. Just my personal opinion.
Yes, sir. Duly noted. That was a statewide effort when those arrows were installed. So it's obviously not just Franklin County or even just Salem District. But I will make sure that our traffic engineer in Salem hears your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Daniels, this is Tommy Cundiff. Hope you're doing good today.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cundiff, doing well.
On this K Fork Road, are we getting any closer to getting that open back up?
Which project is that?
The K Fork Road.
So
right 647.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bill Holtheiser, many of you remember him. He has reached out to us, give him credit, to schedule a field meeting to discuss this project. And for those who don't know, we've been working with Appalachian for quite some to secure an easement to work on this pipe. This pipe, the flow line actually lays within the boundaries of Smith Mountain Lake. The elevation is such that Appalachian has quite a purview over this particular location. So we're working with Appalachian. Holthausen has kind of spurred that along, and I think he's helping us. And I'm hopeful we'll get some movement on that, Mr. Cundiff. We don't have a schedule yet for the installation, but that we have made some significant progress just by scheduling a meeting to get in the field and look at it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Well, thank you, Mr. Daniels, and we're looking forward to the time when you and your group can be present with us. And thank you again.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Brian Carter.
This is good news, right?
It's going to always bring good news.
Ooh, sorry.
10-4.
It's loading. It'll just take a second.
I mean, I can wing it.
I hung up the phone. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. User error.
Like, you don't really believe this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So this is the first month of the new fiscal year. So the data you'll see is as of July 31st. Give you an overall snapshot of our general fund. What you would expect for 1 month of the year is about 8.3%. And so as we look down what we've collected so far, we're at or about where we would expect to be in our monthly revenues. So we no large areas of concern. Of course, with property taxes, that's mostly collected once a year, so that really will not impact until we get to the October through December time frame. But everything else is within range from either a percentage or a dollar amount that we would not be concerned with at this point. For expenditures, similar concept. So there are a couple items that are would be what I would consider outside the outlier, usually a 5% range. But it's similar concept that we would say before. Under general and financial administration, we're at 16.1%, so double. But that is where we contain our insurance, our annual insurance premiums that are paid up front, as well as our maintenance service contracts for information technology and any of our other kind of upfront legal contractual payments. So that's what's skewing that number. The same thing for community development. We pay, what's mostly skewing that is our annual dues. To many of our memberships, like Aronoc Regional Partnership, Western Virginia Industrial Facilities Authority, those type memberships. So those are all due up front, and that is skewing the percentage. But as far as overall, we are within the bounds of where we'd expect to be this time of the year. Okay? So just to plot that out, so revenues you can see overall, the red square is July at this point, so we're right in line with where we were this time last year. And to graphically show that for you, for general property taxes, we have a little bit of collection, not really showing a lot of detail on that till we really get property taxes from real and personal. A lot of times you'll see some of that trickle in from prior year, and so what you'll see in that's probably mostly delinquent tax payments instead of actually current. And so, but it is in line. If you look, the bar, the yellow bar is the current year, the green line is the prior year. So you can see we're right in line. We're a little behind this year where we were last year, but not of a concern at all. For other local taxes, we are a little above, and that's where you have your sales taxes, your meals, your transient occupancy. I think most of what is driving that right now is actually sales taxes, which we'll get to. Revenue from the Commonwealth is up fairly significantly, but really what that is a timing differential, and it is a social services department reimbursement. That comes in as a lump sum. Portion of that is federal. So one, it's the timing. Two, it's a portion and the timing. We ran this report of what gets allocated between state and federal. So right now, if I backed out those and adjusted that for you, we'd be a little bit higher, but not much for our state revenue. Okay. All right, so breaking down a little bit further on your other local taxes, so local sales tax, which has been a pleasant surprise, Mr. Condiff, that sales taxes are above where we would expect to be. So it's about $57,000 higher than the July of 2019. So you see the blue dot, unfortunately I don't have a line yet, but you can see where that stacks up compared to the prior 2 years, which were fairly consistent. So that would be for May collections that came in and was received from the state in July. So now we're starting to get a little bit of data. The August collections will be June, so we're very pleased that sales taxes have not dropped like the state continues to report they're seeing for our local citizens. So as we go through the next couple, you'll kind of see what apparently, again, I have no empirical evidence, but I think what we apparently think, one, the internet sales taxes has been a tremendous boom, so thank goodness the General Assembly passed that in the nick of time almost. And the second thing is with everyone staying local, they're investing in the local community. So they're buying locally, they're staying locally, they're not traveling far. So it's been very helpful from our local tax standpoint for our budget. Mills tax continues to decline, show decline year over year. So it's down about $7,600, about 5.8%. That's way less than we anticipated. We budgeted about 25% reduction overall for the year, and this is 1 month. If we have a recurrence in the fall or the winter, you could still get there when you look at the fiscal year. But overall, it's still a very good sign. It's nowhere near where we would think we would be. From a budget perspective, we're in line with where we would want to be, actually a little above. Transient occupancy, again, this one is very interesting in that it's about $14,000 higher compared year over year. That's a 90% increase for July. That goes back to, I think people are just staying locally. Short-term rentals at the lake are apparently all booked. The hotels apparently are being stayed in as people vacation shorter ranges, travel distance. So that's positive. We will continue to monitor that. Hopefully that continues, especially during the summer season. So for expenditures, just to graphically show you what that looks like, you can see kind of the blue dot square with the red border. You can see we're below. Most of that is related, it's about $3 million. Most of that is related to the school system. For whatever reason, last July they had a very large cash need from the county, and this July it's not there. That's about $2.5 million difference in what they spent in July last year with what they spent this year. We expect that to also show out in our year-end numbers and accruals, and so that's why we're hesitant to finalize numbers, because there's, between CARES Act and some of this, there's a lot of fluctuation. But overall, it's still, that evens out. So they were high last year, this time they're lower this year. From a funding perspective, they're still under budget for the entire fiscal year last year. So we're not concerned about that, just wanted to explain to you the difference as to, we're not doing great measures to save money. It's just our school system needed less for the start of the year at this point. So expenditures, to graphically break that down into categories for you, we are actually a little below the yellow bars our current year. So for July, it's a little below prior year. For public safety, the category of public safety, not the department, we are down this year. That is mostly a timing difference, and it almost solely relies on the timing of payments for per diem and capital debt service to the Western Virginia Regional Jail. You can see health and welfare is up. I'll break that down, but that's being driven by CSA. So you can see again, actually social services is in line so far this year. CSA is way up, but if you remember from where we looked at the last June report for the prior year, it was down. This is the catch-up. And so if we average that, we have 3 months, July, August, and September, in every new fiscal year that we can pay prior year payments. So this is a combination of current year and prior year payments for CSA. All of that gets settled up in the year end before the auditors show up, but right now you're seeing both fiscal year payments in our July expenditures. So overall, not concerning. We're mostly budgeted for it, but that is what is driving a lot of that increase. There's really been very little change to unassigned fund balance. We're still using the prior year audited number, so we're still about $2 million over our 20% limit till we get more final numbers from fiscal year end. So economic update. Using the similar Wells Fargo report that I like to look at for an indicator of the economy. They did get final numbers for the second quarter. It got a little better. I think it was about 35 or 36% last month they were projecting. For the second quarter decline, it ended up being about 32.9% according to Wells Fargo. And real GDP nationally, they are projecting for the third quarter of the calendar year through September, a 21.8% rebound increase and a 6.6% increase in the fourth quarter. Overall, on an annualized basis, Wells Fargo's predicting a decline of 4.9% for the rest of this calendar year and 3.8% through 2021. Overall, nobody knows, I'll be honest with you. Even Wells Fargo in their commentaries that we have not doing. I hate the word unprecedented. That is banned from my vocabulary. I've heard it so much, but it is a very interesting time, and a lot of the typical economic indicators that you were able to project are in flux. And so we're doing the best we can, but even the high dollar experts are confounded by what the economy will actually do. As far as an update on the state budget, to remind you, when the General Assembly passes a budget, they pass a budget for 2 years. So they pass a biennial budget. We haven't yet, or at least I haven't seen the update come through, could have been already released today, but the General Assembly is convening today. The governor is supposed to present his revised budget. We did get a little bit of information on the proposed reforecast. They're still projecting a deficit of approximately $2.7 billion over the 2-year budget. I don't know, that seems very conservative to me, but our local funding from the state is based on their budget. So just keep in mind that probably 80% of the state's budget is based on income tax and sales tax. And so those items, especially income tax, which I think is about 70% of their budget, is very much of a concern depending on the unemployment. So I think that's what's factoring into their numbers to be conservative. The Richmond Times article did say that the governor's office does not expect layoffs of state employees or cuts to essential public services. So we certainly hope that local governments are considered public services. So anticipated impact to localities is unknown. We are continuing to monitor. So hopefully by at least the end of August, we have that data. So we have a better budget picture for us. Just a reminder, when we adopted the current year budget, we left state funding pretty much level funded. So if there is a cut, if there is an impact, we have to go back and revise our budget process and make cuts to our budget accordingly. Hopefully offset by, keep our fingers crossed, local revenue growth. some offset. I don't think we'd offset all of the state funding. So about 50% of county and school combined budget is funded with state and federal funds. So even if the county isn't impacted greatly, the schools very well may be, and the county would probably need to look at helping the school system fill that budget gap. We went through the local revenue collections. For July, usually we do a monthly only in this particular slide, but they actually match this time with the year-to-date since we're 1 month into the fiscal year. But as you can see, the mills tax is still declining, but occupancy and sales taxes are up. And we continue to monitor the 2020 year-end balances. We have a couple of factors complicating that. One is CARES Act money. We're still trying to go through expenses and receipts and credit cards and things of that nature to figure out what we actually spent in prior fiscal year out of the nearly $5 million that was received in June. And also we have, we're working with the school system. Remember, we talked about that kind of difference in the transfer. Well, there's an accrual piece that's going to change our year-end numbers. So we're kind of waiting. We hold our fiscal year open till about the third week in August. Actually, today is the planned last check run posting invoices back to the prior year, which impacts your year-end surplus number. So now we can start the process of seeing where we are. As a county staff, look at our accruals, our year-end, and work with the school system staff to come up with the same, to come up with the year-end number. I think the goal is by the next month's meeting, the September board meeting, we will have that data fairly solid as best we can, pending audit and adjustments from them. But also we'll look to, we've asked departments for rollover requests. Should we have some? I fully expect to have carryover from what we're seeing so far. And so that would be also presented to the board possibly, if not September, October, for some reason something comes along to skew that. But that would be all presented to you next month. So that I'd be happy to take any questions.
We did have good news.
Was there some good news in there?
Out of 3 taxes, 2 of them come through pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're happy to see it.
Brian, I think a lot of the positivity that we're seeing, I know in my district, real estate sales are up by about 50%. I think we're setting historic highs for that. And I think it's, what I've seen in my district, are a lot of visitation, a lot of people choosing to recreate on the lake where it's, safer, I think, than other vacation spots. But I think that, I think COVID has been interesting. I think there have been unintended consequences, but I do think that that's been an unexpected surprise, at least for me, yes. In terms of seeing people come from urban areas, and securing property here to live here full time.
You're right. We have seen an exodus from some of your more heavily populated areas. And one of the things that, unfortunately, with our assessments this year, they're based on January 1st values. So hopefully, if this continues next year, we will actually pick up the value of these assessments. Exactly the trickle-down effect of what you're talking about as property values increase because of the need.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Would you confidently say, as we've seen what July brought in, that we could be looking towards a surplus from what we projected and planned for when COVID hit?
For the current fiscal year or prior fiscal year?
Do what?
Prior?
What about both?
Okay. I would say for prior, I'm very confident in a surplus, especially, and when I say surplus, I'm talking net surplus. What I mean by that is less CARES Act money and less school system, because I would rather be conservative. I think we have usually a decision what we do with the school system surplus. I think we'll have both. Now, as far as current fiscal year, I don't think I have enough data to answer that, and the reason why is I don't know what the state's going to do, and I don't know what the impact on our property taxes is going to be just yet. I would hope we don't have a lot of delinquent taxes. Our unemployment isn't as dire as we would think in the county. Based on the sales tax data and the mills and even occupancy, I'm feeling like that our citizens, it could be much more impactful to them. So from that standpoint, I feel like we will have decent property tax collections come December, but it's still difficult to know based on just July.
And the reason I'm asking is because bring up the fire truck rotation in the county. We had to make a significant cut to that. And I would really like the board to consider if we find out that we do end up with this surplus from prior year. I know it's kind of hard to make an assumption on current year now that we're in it, but I would really like the board if we could carry that money over and keep our fire truck rotation up. I know Snow Creek, if I'm not mistaken, was next on the list. The current tanker that they're trying to replace, I don't even think the speedometer works on it. It's a 20-some-year-old tanker truck, so because I don't want to see us get so far behind, and I would really like the board's support to try to get that fire truck rotation back, because that's something we have got to stay on top of to keep our trucks safe for all our members.
And you're correct, Mr. Mitchell. Well, a couple of things. Our capital funding is a concern. I know we've addressed that with the board several times, and that what we allocate for capital, we just haven't been able to fund fire apparatus for several years anymore. It's starting to back up, and it will continue to be a concern. Assuming a surplus, and I am 99% confident we're going to have a significant amount of surplus that would be able.
Have you caught wind of any super low interest loans for fire rescue, law enforcement equipment that we could maybe capitalize on if it comes about?
So we have, well, there are some. I don't know that we'd be eligible as a local government. I think there are some COVID-related loans, actually, when you say super low interest, but as a local government, I don't think we'd be eligible for those. But
you mean the individual volunteer departments could be eligible for them?
Possibly. As 501c3 organizations, we might be able to look into that. That's more from a bank perspective. All I know is that that's been out in the community. I would have no idea about the impact, but we could probably reach out to some of our banking contacts.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. One thing I would say is we are currently, from a county perspective, lease purchasing 3 fire trucks over 10 years, or two ladder trucks. I can't remember if it's a tanker or a pumper.
Engine 8.
Engine, thank you. And so we have that ability. We also, in the current year budget, plan to fund the lease purchase of 3 ambulances through our fire EMS billing revenue. So those are all options. They interest rates, without knowing a specific lease purchase, but just overall in the market, talking with one, looking at what we have, and talking with Davenport, our financial advisors, are very competitive right now. So if we want to look at something like that, we would have to find a recurring funding source for a lease purchase, but we would at least be able to use a rollover something for the first year if so desired. But there are ways to catch up on some of those items. But what we could do is next month, what we try and prioritize and carry over, we take department requests, but we also look at what we couldn't fund in the capital program in the prior year, or in the current year, I guess I should say, and kind of prioritize those on the list to try and get some of that stuff accomplished. So we could add that. But we'll look into the loans for you as well.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, sir.
I'd just make one comment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitlow, and I guess my colleagues, given that, we've not been able to do a strategic planning session this summer, wherein we would consider capital as well, I think it would be a good exercise for the board to consider undertaking a work session where we work on capital and we look at reprioritizing if necessary, and acknowledge any new things that are appearing on the list. I think that as we move forward and as we try to, perhaps bring expenditures back into the budget, I think that might be instructive to us about what we need to do on the capital side.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to follow up with Ms. Smith with your inquiry, Mr. Brian Carter and I will be meeting with Davenport and Associates in the coming week or so to review the county's long-range capital items, those big projects that we've looked at. And so tentatively, Davenport will plan to be with us at your September 15th board meeting to discuss big picture items. And then as we get back into the regular capital budget and so forth, we typically do that around October, November with our department directors, and this year especially, given that we had a modified budget, we want to get into that sooner this year than later. And so we'll be looking, again, big picture in September, but with some more detail on regular capital items also coming up as we talk about the carryover from the current fiscal year.
Okay, well, Mr. Carter, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Matthew.
No problem. You want to close it, right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You
you.
to come out.
Ms. Powell?
Good afternoon. Hi, Deb. Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors members, Mr. Whitlow. I thank you all for giving me the pleasure to be here today and introduce something that we have been working on in our Department of Social Services and also with county staff. Mr. Carter and I have been working on this. We were approached probably about 8 months or so ago from Enterprise Fleet Management to look at a fleet management program that they offer. And so you have a lot of information. I know that you've had a chance to review. We've worked on this for several months now. I know we've run it past the fleet committee with the county. And so what we are looking at, and I think certainly Mr. Carter can help out with this, but he thought when, I guess he was approached by Enterprise that maybe our department would be a good place to maybe look at this program to see if it would be something that would be beneficial for the county. Of course, we're looking at it as a cost-saving measure for the county, and we have a defined fleet that we certainly keep data on, and we're able to provide that to Enterprise to get some of the data that's before you today. So what I'm here today is just to basically introduce that to you and answer any questions. But I'd also like to have Mr. Ryan Winkles from the from Enterprise Fleet Management come and join me, and he's got a presentation for you all that I think you've been able to look over, but certainly can answer any other questions about that. So Mr. Winkles is from Enterprise Fleet Management and is the Fleet Management Director. So if you don't have any other questions for me at this point, I'll turn the meeting over to, or the presentation over to him, and then we'll entertain questions after that.
All of your files are in the Enterprise, yep. And then there is, I think the last one is the actual, yep.
All right. Well, thank you all for having me today. Like Deborah mentioned, my name is Ryan Winkles. I'm the director for our Virginia team here locally. Really excited to be here today. We have a program that we've been working with a lot of government agencies nationwide. We partner with over 1,000 agencies nationwide, over 30,000 vehicles on lease. In Virginia alone, we have over 20 clients in the government space already today. So really excited to share this idea with you. You all have the synopsis that I sent prior. And if you have any questions at any time, please jump in. My goal today was just to give you more of a background and an overview of our services. And we'll dig in a little bit deeper on the analysis that we put together for DSS. But please feel free to jump in at any time. There is one slide missing that I wanted just to talk through. You all have it in your packet. Essentially, the background on this, we spent some time, like Deborah had mentioned, over a series of months, really just analyzing the data that her department has at their fingertips and what they spend currently on their fleet today. And essentially, high level, what we're showing you today is that with the buying power that you all have available to you from a government purchaser, you can acquire vehicles and replace them much quicker than the traditional buy and hold mentality, where when you acquire a vehicle and run it for 10 to 15 years, you're spending an enormous amount of money on maintenance, and you lose a lot of value in the form of resale, and you also lose fuel economy. Vehicles today are much more fuel efficient than the vehicles in the past. So those three buckets are what we're going to spend a lot of time just here today talking about. But overall, the fleet, 77% of the fleet today is over 5 years of age. So, thinking about that, you're missing things that come standard on new vehicles like backup cameras, side curtain airbags. There's certain vehicles that also do not have stability control. So as, the staff today drives, throughout the county and throughout the state, our program will provide a lot of safety and a lot of predictability in the fleet, and we feel that we can do that at a lower cost than you're operating today. So the plan that we're going to show you, it is going to encompass a few things. It's going to leverage your buying power in the government space with the vehicle manufacturers. We are also going to get into much newer vehicles that are going to be much more fuel efficient, have lower maintenance costs, and we're going to look at proactively replacing them on a 5-year rotation for her fleet. And when you do that, you really leverage a company like Enterprise. So Enterprise is a family-owned business, privately held. We're the largest rental car operator in the world, largest fleet provider in the world. We have over 2 million vehicles with all of our business lines. So you essentially tap into the expertise. We're the only entity that buys more vehicles than government. So you leverage into our buying expertise. If you want to utilize other programs like maintenance and fuel, you can do so. But the big secret sauce that we're going to talk about today is vehicle resale. We need to replace these vehicles at the optimal time to really lower your total operating costs. So here's just a list of other counties that are currently working with us. I know I mentioned over 20. We provided 3 references with contacts in the packet today. I drove through Pennsylvania on the way here. They just signed up with us as well, actually on their sheriff's side, to replace their police cruisers with us. So we're working with a lot of different entities and a lot of different vehicle types as well. And then this slide here just shows you all the different services that we offer. So we are an a la carte provider. You can pick and choose which services make sense. We have clients that acquire vehicles from us. We have multiple funding sources if you want to pay cash, finance, or lease a vehicle. We have maintenance and fuel programs, but the big piece that makes this all tick is vehicle resale. So this slide really illustrates this. So that intersection where depreciation, fuel, and maintenance meet, we want to cycle, our goal when we run our business is to replace our vehicles at the optimal time, and we give these recommendations to our customers as well. When you pass that optimal time, like I had mentioned, you start to see higher maintenance costs, you lose a little fuel economy, and you're missing out on new fuel technology, but the big piece is you miss out on the resale. We're not showing, this is not part of our analysis today, but a fast-growing part of our business is taking a look at pickup trucks. The incentives you all get on light to medium-duty pickup trucks is so strong that, and typically in government space, you all do relatively low miles, 5,000 to 10,000 miles a year. One model that's been very successful for other departments is acquiring a pickup truck, running it for 1 year, doing maybe an oil change on it, and then selling it for actually more than you paid for it. Because that is, when you acquire a truck off state contract, you're buying it $11,000 under invoice in some cases, so we can turn around and sell that to the general public very cost effectively. So similar model on the vehicles we're going to show today, we're recommending a 5-year replacement as that optimal point.
And so, back up just a minute, please. Would you back up just a minute, please? What do you consider the optimal time to replace a vehicle? What mileage?
It's going to really vary on the type of vehicle and how much aftermarket is included. So there's not a cookie cutter answer to that, but we have a lot of data analytics that we can bring to the table. But on the sedans that we're going to show today, we recommend a 5-year replacement around 60,000 miles. And a lot of times with government fleets, it's not necessarily mileage that drives the replacement, it's time, because time wears on vehicles a lot like mileage does. So that, 5 to 7 year window, depending on aftermarket on the vehicle, would be the longest we would recommend running vehicles, for the most part.
I was just wondering, because I was looking at where your cost starts to increase on these vehicles at 60 or 70,000 miles. Your cost goes up, and I just wondered if y'all was taking them out at that, that particular mileage.
Yeah, it really depends on how fast you get to that mileage. We have a lot of private companies that may do 25,000 miles a year, and we would say replace that vehicle 4 years and 100,000 miles before it's fully out of warranty and you start having a lot of downtime. So it's really vehicle specific, and that's where we'd want to analyze that, per need for you.
All right, you're figuring 10,000 miles a year, I believe.
Yep. For this fleet,
For
we're factoring
this
about
lease,
10,000
yeah.
miles a year. Yep.
10,000 miles, so 6 years would give you, okay. Thank
Yep.
you.
I'll touch on the next few slides briefly, and then we can go through the analysis. Again, I mentioned you all have great buying power, being that you're a government fleet. You have access to very large incentives. One thing that we do for our clients, we'll leverage state contract, both VSA and just the state contract. But what we'll also do every time we look to order vehicles for our clients, we'll go to the manufacturers directly. There are times during the model year where they'll actually give larger incentives later on in a model year that beat state contract, and we saw that this past year with Ford half-ton and three-quarter-ton trucks. Ford was giving upwards of $2,000 more than what was available on state contract. So this is something that every time we look to order vehicles, we will vet, VSA, the general state contract for Virginia, and going directly to the manufacturers on our own. And we do have the ability to pull from, we utilize a lot of the local dealers that are on state contract, but we also can order directly from the manufacturer and spec the vehicles exactly how you want them. And then I want to talk just briefly about an open-ended lease. So this is not, when a lot of people hear the word lease, they think of a dealership lease, which is fixed term, fixed mileage. That is not what this is at all. Essentially, this is a lease to buy, I think Brian had mentioned earlier. It's a market value finance where we're, instead of paying cash or financing the entire vehicle down to zero, we're going to finance the portion of the vehicle that you use, which helps you two things. It allows you to take the cash you already have today and spread it over more vehicles so you can replace more vehicles quickly, keeps more money in the county, and it allows you just to pay for the portion of the vehicle that you use. And if you and we'll get to the analysis, but essentially we're just financing the useful life of the vehicle instead of financing the vehicle down to zero. Very flexible though. At any time, if you all want to, say 2 years in the partnership, we fell short in some capacity and you want to take over the vehicles, you can purchase them outright for the remaining book value. So not the market value, what you've actually paid them down to. So it's very flexible. At the end of the term, you could also extend the vehicles past that date as well. So very flexible. If you all would like to, we have, I'm going to speak on a few of our products we offer. We offer 2 maintenance products. We offer a fixed maintenance product, which with your monthly payment, it fixes and guarantees all the maintenance on the vehicle that can happen within the term. And then we also have a pass-through maintenance product called maintenance management, which works exactly the same way, except for you just pay for the services as you go. But how we perform these services is we actually use shops in your local community. So within a 25-mile radius of where we are today, there are 76 local shops in the community that are signed up for our program. So essentially, you can take your vehicles to dealerships, Firestone, quick service facilities, anybody that is signed up today. And our mechanics in St. Louis, where we're headquartered, will work with the shop, negotiate the repair, make sure the right repairs are being done, and then we consolidate all of those repairs for you. And the fixed program is everything's guaranteed. The pass-through program, we certainly get your input on certain repairs that you'd want to fix. So again, an optional program, but the vehicle disposal, nobody sells more vehicles than Enterprise. We hand sell over 1 million vehicles a year. We typically hand sell them back to dealerships, both your franchise dealer and independent dealers, and we typically outperform the auction. So whether it's Gov Deals or Manheim or independent auctions, by about 10 to 15% by doing this hand selling method. We're graded on an index called Black Book, which is listed here. Again, typically about 10% above Black Book, which is about 10 to 15% typically above auction. We handle everything. We pick up the vehicle and sell it on your behalf, and we do it really quickly. And I think one of the things that, in talking to Brian and Deborah, that Brian was really interested is just this. If you're on our services for maintenance or fuel, well, immediately you have access to our website, where if any repairs are done on the vehicles, that data is then immediately logged into our website. So you can get a lot of great data at your fingertips. This program can also work with in-house maintenance facilities as well. So potentially this could be something that is incorporated to the rest of the county fleet to have one source for all of your vehicle data. And again, maintenance would be housed within this. And then the last slide I'll show is we also do have a mobile app, which I know with Deborah's team traveling across the state, this mobile app, if they do join our maintenance program, you'd have access to shops wherever you're located, and you quickly find them as needed. And also fuel stations are located on here as well. But any questions?
I've got a couple questions, Mr. Chairman, if I may. There's a couple things here that about insurance on these vehicles, because they are newer, brand new vehicles. Insurance premiums go up and everything. What's Enterprise's take on that? That's the county's problem. That
A lot of times we actually see the reverse happen in some cases, or in quite a few cases, where insurance providers would a lot of times like to see, at least from a liability side, have a newer, safer vehicle. But from an insurance standpoint, the vehicle would be treated as if it was a current fleet vehicle today. So if insurance rates did increase, the county would pay for it, but we haven't typically seen that.
So it's not going to happen.
I don't know that answer, but
so okay. So and I also noticed here that we only have 2 service areas in Franklin County, Duncan Ford.
No, there was 76
in Franklin County.
In Franklin County.
Okay, I didn't see that, but and then I have one other concern. God forbid, but in today's economy, businesses come and go all the time.
Yeah.
And again, God forbid something were to happen to Enterprise and whatever, then we've got our fleet there, and then all of a sudden there's a bankruptcy or whatever. What about our cars? We got to still.
Again, I've worked for Enterprise for 15 years. Really, the only company I've ever worked for, family held, very conservative. In times like this, you see a Hertz file bankruptcy. We're very fortunate to be owned by the Taylor family that is very financially strong, and there are absolutely no signs of Enterprise going that direction. In fact, we've actually helped our competitors during this time acquire some of their vehicles. So,
but you didn't answer my question. What happens if it
does?
Yeah,
in our contract, basically you can still again, you have all the rights to the vehicle. So if Enterprise were to sell or if anything were to happen, you have the ability to take over the leases. So you can buy them outright and take them as county assets if you'd like.
Thank you.
Just a correction, I think Mr. Thompson's right. I think there's 76 near 24151 in here.
Okay.
Actual places in Franklin County. I think it only shows Duncan Ford. I think Mr. Thompson was correct on that.
I'm right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
this
can.
Is your paper and I can read.
Yeah.
I can follow up with you on that. I apologize.
Yeah.
I can. On our website, you can type in the zip code and find.
Most of them are in Roanoke, which isn't
Okay.
too far away, but
Okay.
yeah.
I apologize.
You're good, buddy. Just
Yeah, and that's only one of the options, and that would be a decision we would need to make if we want to go through Enterprise maintenance or just continue. And one thing I didn't mention earlier is that any expense incurred by the lease or even the increase in insurance would still fall under the DSS budget. So the county's only looking at a 15.5% portion of that expenditure, as always with our
And
budget.
did I read this correctly? So you have 40,000 in your budget, and we're looking at 40,206 to get option B, which is 10 vehicles replaced. Is that correct?
I believe that's option A.
I think that was,
Yeah.
was that for all of them?
Yeah.
And you guys recommended option B?
Yeah, option A. So essentially, if you took your fleet, replaced it, we sold all the vehicles, we applied the gains from selling the vehicles into the program. With the numbers we put in place, I think for the entire year, it would be $200 more roughly for the program. Option B was replacing 10 of the 18 vehicles, and then that would keep you, I think it was about $8,000 under budget.
So you have to, the deal is based on what you get to sell the current fleet for. So if that doesn't bring what you're expecting, we have to make up the difference on that, right?
That is correct. What I will say, since we put this analysis together, the resale market is actually higher than it's ever been. So I feel one thing that we do a really good job at is being conservative. So when we put numbers into an analysis, we don't keep a lot of long-term clients if we don't perform on those numbers. So with the market today actually being stronger than it was when we put those numbers in place, I think you're going to have even a surplus there. But as we get closer to finalizing, we'll provide updated numbers to make sure we're all in line.
I think it's I'm a firm believer in having new vehicles to work with. And I saw something in what you guys gave us where some of your employees are using their personal vehicles to do their work. Did I read that?
Occasionally.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good practice at all. So we need to get them some good vehicles to do their job with.
I think what's happened with our fleet is it's like the rest of the county, it's just gotten old and we're replacing one, maybe two cars, and then you just never catch up.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of vehicles that, we don't want to take out of Rocky Mount, don't want to take out, so I think if we did enter into agreement with and did this, I think we might even see that we could lower the number of necessary vehicles in our fleet because we have some vehicles that we just are not useful and all-purpose vehicles for what we do.
Yeah, I think it's great. You have my support. So.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really good point, and I think option B is a good start because I think what we're going to find out is, 18 vehicles today could easily turn into 14 vehicles with proper utilization. So I think it's a good start, and I would ease into finding that optimal vehicle count for the department.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How do you set the maintenance schedule? You do it by mileage, you do it by month, or how you?
Both. We follow the manufacturer recommendations by the OEMs, but we want time and mileage. So our system defaults to 6 months or 6,000 miles as maintenance, but you can have maintenance performed more frequently if you'd like. Those are all things that we can.
Now, at the end of the lease, or how you do this, who's the cars go back to? Does the county have an option to buy?
Yep. Yeah, that's the beauty of the open-ended lease. So at the end of the term, and I think in this case we're financing them down pretty far. I can pull it up, but if you want us to sell it, anything we sell above what it's financed down to is your equity. And then if you wanted to buy it at the end of the term, you basically cut us a check for the remaining balance. So you can extend it. You can extend it 12 more months. So it's very flexible.
It says here about all roadside repairs, major and minor. Let's just say they took a car to California. It broke down. What would you do?
Well, if you're on our maintenance program,
right?
Yeah, under fixed maintenance, the towing's included, so it's covered. We tow it to the local.
So it's not going to cost us anything to get the car back here.
Well, to get it back. I mean, we're talking new vehicles that we would tow it in that case. That these vehicles are going to be under warranty for the entire term. So we would tow it to a local dealer, get it fixed, and then get your driver back on the road.
Okay, thank you.
Who pays for the week you're sitting there waiting on parts and getting it fixed? When you got an employee out there and everything, you don't rent them a car and let them go on their journey, or?
You can certainly rent a car at that point, and we could.
We can.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be any different than what you're doing today, though.
Well, then what's the purpose of swapping then and changing from what we're doing today?
I guess I'm not following. So today, if a car breaks down, you're gonna fix it. possibly rent a replacement,
That's
right?
because we own the car, but then you own the car, it's a rental car. The enterprise owns the car.
We hold the title, we are leasing it to you on your behalf, but nothing would change from a standpoint today. If anything, the likelihood of a breakdown when we replace these vehicles 5 years within 50,000 miles, they're under powertrain, the specific vehicles that we're looking at this entire time. So we could actually potentially go to Nissan and get rentals for these vehicles. These are Nissans. Get a rental covered, but really, you have all the ownership rights of the vehicle and operational rights. So really, nothing changes on that standpoint, other than you're in safer, reliable vehicles that the likelihood of them breaking down is much smaller.
But it's still there.
Sure.
I think this is the same plan that Chief Cundiff took the Rocky Mount Police Department with years ago. And I can remember him speaking to me about it. And at that time, I was the fleet manager for the sheriff's office. And that was the direction that he was recommending that we went. And this was 8-9 years ago. And he was very impressed and appreciative of the plan. I think it's a good plan. I support it. And the reason I brought that up is it's not new to this area.
Yep.
And I think I can help you answer your question. With a new vehicle, the manufacturer's going to give you a rental if it's under warranty.
In most cases.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make that blanket statement because in some cases they do not, but in most cases.
Well, only thing that bothers me is that if that car goes to California, you said you go buy warranties by the manufacturer. All right, let's say a car's in California and it breaks down and it's covered by the Ford or Chevrolet who are their warranty.
Yep.
So are you going to give us another car till they fight it out how we get this car back? Or you going to get that car loaded up and bring it back here and then fight it out? Or you going to provide a vehicle for that person in California to get back to Franklin County? If you follow what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is you said you go under vehicle warranty too.
Yep.
So let's just say transmission come out.
Yep.
Okay, the vehicle warranty says it's good for 5 years.
Yep.
Okay, good. But in between that time, you bring that car in and put a transmission in it. What we're going to do for a car in California to get back to Franklin County?
Sure. I guess is that a normal trip to travel that far?
Well, I'm just saying, that's just if. No, it's not a normal. No, but you may
but a
go to
circumstance would be
county,
different
with
if they were-
DSS
if-
allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if we got somebody away from here 400 or 500 miles,
yeah,
and the car breaks down,
yeah, we can set you up with a rental car. We can build in rental car replacements into that maintenance rate. It's just I don't recommend doing it because the likelihood of your breakdowns in this time frame are just really small. So it's not built in. I wouldn't recommend building it in, but we could immediately put you in a rental car, get the employee back, and we can get the car fixed. We have a drive team with Enterprise. We'll drive the car back once it's
okay,
fixed.
that's all I'm after. I just want to make sure that the person's out there can get back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm after.
The California piece threw me off because it's.
Well, I know California's a hypothetical question, but I just want to make sure if we take these cars out, no matter where we go, that if it breaks down, then the person can get back.
Absolutely. We have rental branches. I drove by one on the way here, 5
Okay.
minutes from here. We have rental branches within 90% of the United States. 10 miles within 90% of the United
Debbie,
States.
how far do you all typically travel? Not to California.
No, normally in the state of Virginia,
Yeah.
Richmond, East Coast, those areas, Northern Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion that we approve and authorize the staff to execute an agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management under Option B in coordination with Franklin County Department of Social Services to replace a portion of the fleet.
I second that motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
My only hesitancy is there's too many unanswered questions, too many hypotheticals here. And I think the people of the Boone District has voted me in to get these questions answered, and there's too many what ifs and guesses. I don't think that this is a bad program. It probably is a good program, but you got to work some of these problems out. You're not.
Well, I can't guarantee your insurance rates. the maintenance, there's a little variability there, so that's my only hesitance to say yes. But I mean, we can build in rental car replacement into the rate. It's just going to cost more.
Okay, I have one question. In looking over I'm assuming these are the cheapest vehicles we can buy.
They're definitely very cost effective. Yes, they're the cheapest vehicle on the state contract, but they're the best from a cost to operate over the 5-year time frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I read it, as close as I could understand it, and from what I read, these were probably the cheapest vehicles and probably the cheapest to operate. But I just wanted to clarify that. They are the bottom third, I believe they said, of the industry standard.
Yeah, so what we did, a couple things. We took a look at the fleet, and if you look at the fleet, there's a lot of variety of vehicles, which there's an opportunity to size the fleet, the right amount of vehicles, and type the fleet with the right type of vehicle needed for the application. So a small sedan in most cases was the right fit, and then the Nissan Versa was the most cost-effective vehicle to operate for the time and the contract. And Deborah's team went and looked at one, and they felt they would fit the need. We do have some SUVs, small SUVs, planned for future replacements to replace current SUVs. And again, those will not be this year, so next year, if the county decides to replace those, we will go through the same analysis. We'll compare all the manufacturers against each other, and we'll recommend the most cost-effective.
Any more discussion? If not, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Supervisor Carter to authorize staff to execute an agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management, option B, in coordination with the Franklin County Department of Social Services to replace the social services fleet, or a portion of the fleet, which I think is option B.
Yep.
And that was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay, I think a roll call vote would be appropriate.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
No.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thanks, everybody, for their time.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks, Debbie.
Thanks, Debbie.
Sheriff Overton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. Hope you all are doing well. I was here in May along with Dr. Church, Superintendent of Schools, and we presented to you at that particular time the Campus Safe program, which used to be known as COP Sync. We had discussion in regards to that contract for that was up for renewal, and it was going to be a $15,000 annual cost to continue that particular program. There was some dialogue that we did have at that particular time. As you well know, COP Sync has been Campus Safe now, has been serving both the school division and the office of the sheriff as far as a safety program, which we really believe in for the past 3.5 years. I do know at that particular time, we were certainly on the front end of COVID. You all were very concerned about budgetary issues that we were deeply concerned about, all of us, as it related to where the state budget was at that time. Can report today that there's no funding that we're going to be able to get from the state to continue this program. As I've thought about some alternatives, we certainly don't have the money to come out of our existing budget, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Church, but he and I have talked, and he certainly expressed that day in May that he didn't feel he had the money in his budget. But I do believe in this program. I believe it is a safety initiative that we've put in place, and I'm thankful. I brought this program to the school division, asking them please to consider it. We were thankful enough that we had a donor that donated the initial $30,000 to get the program. The school division's IT and staff have worked really hard to put this in place. So it's there, the infrastructure is in place, it works. I guess I would come to you today just to ask you to, again, consider continuing this program at $15,000 annually. And I just throw out the caveat that maybe it's something that could be looked at being funded under the carryover funds. I know the budgets have been approved and they're out there now, and so trying to find funding for it I know can be a difficult matter, but I certainly am here to say that we believe it's a program that it would be, I think it would not be wise, in my opinion, in my assessment, to do away with this program. We do know at this particular time that schools are set to begin September the 8th. And even with a staggered, altered schedule, the schools will still be staffed with certainly teachers and not as many students, but still the safety issues that need to continually be addressed and revamped continually are still there. So anyway, I certainly would entertain any questions you all have from that May discussion to where we are, here we are in August.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions. Yeah. You say you need roughly $15,000 of recurring funds to keep this going.
That's correct.
And if something happens, and the way I understand it, if something happens and school has to go to a virtual setting, and you say, well, if school is virtual and we're not open, do we really need it? But in my understanding, we need to keep it going so that we keep everything updated, so that, say, if school goes virtual, open for a month and decide they have to go virtual to Christmas, after Christmas they come back, you haven't lost any ground, you're still up. So even though I know some people might think school, if something happens and it gets closed, why do we need to fund this? My understanding, we need to fund it. If we decide to fund it, we need to fund it continually, just like school's in session, so that we don't get behind when we do come back. Is that a good understanding?
That is correct.
Okay.
And certainly the premise of the whole program is safety to everyone that's in that school, students and facility and staff. And certainly we know that even through a altered schedule, possibly, there will still be staff members continually through the school year in those schools.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Mr. Owen can answer this question or not, but is it true that the governor wants to do away with resource officers?
I believe, of course, you know, they're in session, and there
Right.
has been discussion
Right.
that some delegates have brought forth, or delegates as well as some school divisions. I will say, I think it's from what I've read, I only know of one, and that's Stafford County. Their school board has actually brought forth a proposal to eliminate the school resource officers in that school division. I think that is a grave mistake that they're making. That's just my opinion.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, but I picked up on something about the special session coming in about the governor want to do away with resource officers.
But that's still open to the local governments, isn't it?
Local government, yes, sir.
I mean,
School
regardless
boards,
of what
boards.
they do, if the school board wants to continue, we can still continue if we fund it. Are they funding any of it now?
They are not.
It's all local now anyway, isn't it?
It is. Everything is for the past 3.5 years. It's not really cost taxpayers anything, and it hasn't cost the school division any funds at all.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I support this. I think you know where I stand on this. As I see schools and localities trying to paint our law enforcement as bad people, it's a disgrace in my opinion. I, for one, think we should have school resource officers in every school in the county, and I think we should continue to strive as a board to try to make that happen. The mere fact that people want to, or politicians want to take law enforcement out of the schools and out of the lives of our children baffles me. When I came through school, that man right over there was my school resource officer in the DARE program, I still remember what was taught to me then. And law enforcement is a positive reinforcement to these children. They're not there to just write them up when they do something wrong. They're there to be a positive influence in their lives. A lot of our children don't have that. And I think people have got to understand a school resource officer is not just there to write the kids up when they do wrong. They're there to be a positive influence and educate them on what they should do in life. My school resource officer had a huge positive influence in my life. And I think as a board, this $15,000, we need to support it. And I think we need to carry on the discussion with our school board to look at putting school resource officers in all of our schools in Franklin County. And I've told you I'm not going away on that matter. I think it's very important for the children in Franklin County to know that law enforcement is good. And we know our law enforcement in Franklin County is great.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff Overton, I'm just going to reiterate one point I made back in May, that I would like to encourage your office and Dr. Church to do a shared expense on this of $7,500 each. In the looking at your overall budget, that's not a significant number per se. The other thing is, I would like to understand, does this interface with NextGen that we're getting in the 911 center? Has anybody looked at that interface?
Ms. Smith, that's a good question. And as far as I can tell you from my knowledge right now, they are two separate setups. In the fact the software does run through the CAD system. But as far as next generation 911, of course, that's certainly going to give more texting ability and those type things. And that would assist in any situation where we're getting real-time possible information. But again, during the excitement of any event, texting can get confusing too, and how that would happen. Whereas the most vital piece of this is once they hit that alert, we're on our way. Those that are working and not working, every available body we got is going to that school for the adequate response. The other portion of it does allow that communication set up if a classroom is locked down, where they can text information through the portal back through the campus safe, we're indicating we're hearing more shots, they're getting closer, or whatever valuable information they can relay. As we're responding, the deputies are seeing that information come up on their MDTs in the vehicle.
I just didn't know if there was if the question was even legitimate as to what NextGen's going to do in terms of.
Now, this really does play into the fact of, as we look at the expansion of our 911 center, because during our testing, we have found that, as you can only imagine, if you believe you have an active shooting event in a school, that is all encompassing for that particular operator, and maybe even a supervisor. So everything else is still coming in as far as emergencies. They cannot be distracted or have their mind on 2 or 3 different multitasking. They need to be focused on that particular event. Again, these things are not just to be alerted because we've got an event at the school that is an unruly parent or somebody has shown up, or a kid. This is all hands on deck. We have a very intense shooting or something equivalent to that.
If the Cop Sync program saved 1 minute in response time, how many lives would that be? With a shooter in a school with an assault rifle, if it saved 1 minute or 30 seconds, I think Major Sigmund has some numbers on me on how many children have been killed in the schools in just a couple minutes. It doesn't take very long.
Well, we gave the example. Thank you. We gave the example of a alert that went off in Henry. Off-duty officer responded within probably 3 minutes or so. It turned out to be a false alarm, but it reinforced what we're trying to accomplish with this system.
Is it in effect today?
It is, yes, sir.
And I'd like to remind this board, there's families all across this country that's looking to put their children in schools that are safer.
Well, I think the resource officers, once they see policemen, they know that they're not the enemy, they're their friends. They're trying to help them. And I think the way society is nowadays is that kids aren't being taught that. That's where you have these riots and stuff like that, and they want to throw bricks at the police and stuff like that. So I think it's good to have the resource officers, to have them in public, and to teach the children that they're there to help you, but also you have respect for them. And I think that means more than anything. As they grow older, they'll know that how the authority works, how everything goes.
All right, the board needs to take some action.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve the $15,000 for consent program, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you read the motion?
Mr. Chairman, before, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell, Christina, we had a motion and a second. Is there a specific account or line item?
Just find it, buddy.
For the, I guess another department budget has to be decreased if another one's increased, I guess what I'm saying, unless it comes from board contingency. And Mr. Carter, if I may, the balance on the board's contingency.
Could I interject one comment? I know there's some funding left over from not having the ag fair. Some of these things have been canceled. Could we utilize that money?
Mr. Carter, certainly, that would be carryover expenses that were not, funded, but this is an ongoing expense, of course, so it's a non-budgetary ongoing expense, so this contract would need to be renewed in subsequent years. So certainly we can do it this year as a possibility, but then in subsequent years, you would need to find a continual funding source. That being said, the board's contingency for the current fiscal year it is an ongoing fund, if you will, although it can be reduced by $15,000 if that's the pleasure of the board. So that's why I guess I asked the question to our finance director, Mr. Carter, the balance of that board contingency.
Well, one other option is we got a $2.5 million real estate tax increase coming up, so I think there'll be money there, which I tried to get cut for the citizens of this county, but failed. So let's take 15 grand out of that. Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
Mr. Carter.
I think you're correct. So currently, there's about $45,000 left in board contingency. We started the year at 100. We diverted 55 for the school resource officers, the local match for the grant to add the 2. And so there'd be about 45,000. If we dedicated the 15, that would be about 30,000 left in board contingency. To your point, Mr. Carter, or whether carryover or if we do add back funding during the year, there would be an opportunity to replenish board contingency should you so desire. So in the interim, until we have some more stable numbers to make those decisions, there is about $45,000 in board contingency that could be utilized.
Is this a one-time cost, or is it scattered over the year?
No, sir, it's a continuation, an annual fee. Certainly, we are in new budget, so we got to make up this, but then certainly discussion I would think could be had as we work in the next budget cycles of, does that money need to, looking at school board or whatever you all see fit in that moving forward over the upcoming years.
I think we have the money in the contingency fund to go ahead and fund it for this year, and then next year, we just need to look at it when budget time rolls around, and there may be some areas in your budget and the school's budget that you may be able to shift around to help cover some of this cost, so that we're not putting the whole load on the taxpayers even more. But I support using the contingency fund to cover it for this year.
I'm gonna go back to Ms. Smith's question. The sheriff's department and the school don't have any money to put into this to help with it?
Well, I kind of look at it this way, and I sat there and I thought about this. I did bring this program forward, so I think I do bear some responsibility of at least sharing the importance of why it is important. I just look at it from the Board of Supervisors and from the school board as far as safety of those children and those staff is certainly what the school board does. My job is to execute and make sure that that safety happens. I don't have the money. That's the reason I came to the board and went to Dr. Church. And I really didn't see why I needed to take money for other line items to put forth a program that certainly I believe is very important. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be here. But I believe there's other entities that need to be responsible for paying for it.
Madam Clerk, I believe we have a motion on the floor.
Do I need to amend that motion, Mr. Chairman, for where the funds need to come from?
You can withdraw your motion.
I would like to withdraw my motion, make a new motion.
A second. If there was one.
You take it back, Tim.
Yes.
And keep in mind, Mr. Carter did tell us that there could be a surplus from prior fiscal year that we could use to replace our contingency fund, correct? So I'd like to make a motion that we use $15,000 from our board contingency fund for the COP Sync program.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't think we need any more discussion. Madam Clerk, would you call the?
Yes, sir. So, on the motion made by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the contract, it's Klologic, whatever the company's name, with the company's name for the COP Sync program, and allocate the funds of $15,000 from the board contingency for this year, and authorize the county administrator and the county attorney to execute all applicable documents to continue using the Campus Safe software program. That was seconded by Supervisor Tatum. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Hyndman?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to the sheriff's time, may I ask a question non-related to COP Sync? I don't want him to have to stay around till other matters by supervisors. I'm sure he's busy. And can you stick around for other matters by supervisors? All right, then I'll just do it then. Thank you.
Mike Burnett. Mr. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so I am back in front of you today regarding the local CARES Act funding. As you know, last month I was here to go over round one funding for county projects. We have received another round of funding, and I wanted to go through this with you and bring you up to speed on a proposed second round. As you know, the federal government passed the CARES Act with Virginia receiving about $3.1 billion. 1.3 of that was slated to go to localities. The funds have to be spent by December 30th of this year or sent back to the state to be sent to the federal government. And they have to be done, the funds have to be used for necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency. Were not accounted for in the most recent approved budget as of March 27th, and for expenses between March 1st and December 30th. The big thing that is in the guidelines is that this funding cannot be used by the county for revenue shortfalls. So we're not able to go back and replenish our coffers. So as I said before, we received in June $4,889,448. We have now received a second round, identical amount of money that brings our total in CARES funding to $9,778,896. These funds, as I said before, do have to be spent by December 30th or returned to the state and federal government. What makes this program very, very different and very difficult for staff is that unlike most grant programs that we deal with that have all of the expenditures, potential expenditures lined up at the beginning, all the guidelines set up, you know what you can spend it on, you know what you can't spend it on, and you actually get pre-approval for what you want to spend. With this program, there is nothing like that. Expenditures are going to be reviewed after the fact by the state and federal government, and we will have to repay those funds if they're found to be ineligible. And so therefore, the staff team that has been looking at this has been very conservative, trying our very best to provide you with projects and categories that we feel comfortable will be eligible expenditures. However, we just don't know. So we're very cautious. The eligible expense guidelines are changing constantly. We have seen at least 3 different guideline revisions in the last couple of months. We've also seen that there's potential changes in the law coming from Congress. So again, we're not quite sure of all the guidelines and how this will all shake out. The staff team has continuously reviewed the changing preliminary guidelines. We've looked at projects in other localities. We found some localities that are more cautious than us, some localities that are not as cautious as us. And so each community is doing this in its own way. We have been working with the county attorney's office, going over all the projects that have come in, as well as with the auditors, looking at BACO, VML, statewide finance directors, and county attorneys. So in the first round of funding that we came to you last month, we requested the use of $2,699,680, which you all approved on July 21st. What we're doing is bringing to you today an additional $3,903,795 in projects. And what we've done is we've looked at these as just very narrowly viewed them through the guidelines for eligibility and trying to incorporate what the board has told us you want to be your priorities. So if we do this funding today for $3.9 million, that means you would be left with $3,175,000 and some change for September. I want to say that we have a number of great projects that we have pushed off to September rather than this month, simply because as the guidelines are changing, we're afraid that we're going to find out that some of these projects that we thought may be eligible are not going to be eligible. And the bad issue with this is once we spend this money, it's spent. And if they come back and say that's an ineligible expense, that's coming out of the board. It's not coming out of the county attorney. It's not coming out of the auditors. The county is going to have to repay that. When we're talking about after today, if you all decide you want to do this, $7 million of expenditures, if there's even 20% that comes back to be ineligible, you're talking about a big chunk of change. And so we're trying to be extremely careful for you and give you the best guidance that we can. So with that being said, go on to the second round expense categories that we have got recommended for you. The first item, as you know, in the first distribution, we were required to provide funding to the towns within the county. We did that. We got our money based on per capita. So we gave in the first round, we gave the town of Boones Mill, the town of Rocky Mount grants based on per capita. And so what we'd be doing now, because we got an identical amount of money in the second round, is to provide them with an identical amount in the second round. So the town of Boones Mill would be getting $20,417. The town of Rocky Mount would be getting just over $414,000. The second round of small business recovery grants. This board, when you all met and talked about this in July, you wanted to take a really close look at this as for additional funding if we ran out of money in the first round. I can tell you that from the day that the applications went live to the day that the first round of checks went out to businesses was 23 days. That is light speed for government. So I'm very, very pleased with the way that's turned out. We had approximately 480,000 of that 500,000 in the first round that we think could be eligible. So we feel like we paid out almost the entire 500,000. One of the things that we're looking to do, and we want to talk to you all about it today, is to make some tweaks to the business grant program so that we can help some additional folks. One of the things we're looking at is in the first round, we made a decision that to be eligible for this program, a business had to have at least one employee besides the owner. So it kicked out folks that were self-employed, especially self-employed plumbers or contract workers or things like that. What we'd like to do is to make sure that this time around we add in that those kind of folks can apply for funding. We think that's going to be a big boost to the economy and a lot of families in the area. We're not looking to make it so that someone that's doing a hobby business can get grant money. This is more for full-time folks that are, like I said, a full-time or self-employed plumber or somebody like that. So that would be the one change we'd be looking at. Second change would be to increase the cap on the grants. Right now, what we did, we set it up into tiers, and based on the number of employees, you could get a maximum grant amount or the amount that you've been impacted by COVID, whichever was less. There were a lot of businesses that had more of an impact from COVID than the maximum grant amount. So what we want to do is to take that and double each one of those tiers. So now a large business could get up to $20,000 versus the $10,000 that we had in the first round. Businesses that applied in the first round that may be capped out, if it turns out that they would be eligible for additional money, we would propose that we would allow those businesses to come back and get the additional amount. Moving down the line, and we'll come back to those, but the program administration, accounting, and legal, that would be, I think Mr. Carter and maybe Mr. Mitchell were asking earlier about STEP and DSS. That would be where those funds come from, as well as the need for some additional assistance in the finance office. For those of you that don't keep up with it, there has been some new rules that have come down from the state regarding workplace safety and workplace training regarding COVID. And so we're looking for some help to help us work through that. We have $56,000 in tourism support. That was for remarketing of the community, for letting people know that we're open, we're still here, please come back, here's all the safety things that we're doing as a community. That's funding for our local tourism office, that's funding for the Smith Mountain Lake Chamber, and that's funding for the Visit Virginia Regional Tourism Board. Personal protective equipment and emergency response, telework infrastructure, and broadband deployment. Broadband is one that I know the board has really pushed for us to make sure we get some funding there if we can. We have been working with Blue Ridge Towers on the potential for some 80-foot poles going in 6 different locations within the county to bring more broadband to the community for the students that are going to have to learn, do distance learning, as well as folks that have to telework. Remote distancing, contact tracing, $750,000, and then mobile dispatch, incident command. This is for a couple of you all had approved at the last meeting some mobile dispatch for public safety and for the sheriff's office. They need to get the technology to put into those 2 mobile units, so that would be what this funding is for.
Question, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
On this telework infrastructure.
Yes.
Is that in addition to the money that we already have in there?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's great.
Are the 80-foot poles, are those the community poles we've been talking about?
They are.
So they're 80 foot tall.
80 foot tall. Yeah, there are There are approximately, and don't hold me to this, I don't have it in front of me, about 20 or so that are planned in the county. This would take care of about 6 that would be on county-owned property, so that we could go ahead and put those in.
So is there more community poles in this $1 million?
No, this is actually for those 6 sites. Yes, sir.
So the Blue Ridge Tower guys, the $12,000 community poles, are those significantly smaller? What were they talking about there?
Yes, sir.
Because from what I understand, you put those up, anybody's willing to put it on their property, right?
Yeah, I think you can. This is more community-wide than the community poles, which are more neighborhoods. Hang on just a moment, and I'll tell you exactly. So, yeah, the 80-foot poles include the tower development, which is about $5,000 per site, and then tower construction is actually about $130,000 per site. And so that's kind of where some of that came from.
So we vote on round 3 in September. So these the cheaper $10,000 to $12,000 community poles, like the neighborhood poles, will we have time to put any of those up? Because Snow Creek, Callaway, and the Blue Ridge District, we're terrible with internet. We need all the help we can get up there.
Yeah.
I thought when talking with you and some other staff, when we were talking about community poles, I thought that's the ones we were talking about.
I think these are the medium sized. And Steve's here. He can help answer that question. But what we're looking at is kind of tying in these poles with the major towers that are going to be in Callaway and in some other areas. I'll let you do that. There was Pat body.
Yeah. But I think the main point here is this is an addition to what we already have. This doesn't have any interest in what we've already contracted with Blue Ridge Towers.
Right. These are 6 additional 80-foot poles in addition to all the towers we're putting up.
Well, they're more than just a pole. They're a monopole, so they could actually also handle a cellular carrier as well. So we're putting them up for broadband initially, but they're being built to accommodate an additional cell carrier in those locations. What that does is gives us more opportunity for cellular coverage as well, but also potential revenue generator for the county because it's on county property. So that's why the cost is higher for those individual sites. If you're talking about an individual wood pole, that's going to be much cheaper, but it's also only going to cover a much smaller area. Probably only going to pick up 20 to 30 homes with something like that. These poles, we've projected about 1,800 additional residents that we can pick up by constructing these 6 poles.
So in
addition to what Mr. Mitchell was saying, what we've already have approved and funded through VODI, which is Snow Creek, Callaway, some of those other sites. And I've got a map too.
So these 6 80-foot tall poles that we're talking about today, you guys have already picked the locations.
Correct.
Because you wouldn't have the 1,800.
We're ready to roll. So because we need to get it done. We need to get it done by December. So that's like Mike said. These are on county property, so we don't have to deal with any other landlords. These are sites that have been vetted to have fiber, and so we're hoping that we can get all 6 sites.
There's only one county property in Callaway, right?
Well, Callaway is not one of the 6. Callaway is one of the already funded towers. That's a 195-foot tower that we're building in Callaway under the VODI funding.
So
that's already approved and already approved for construction. So that's a different program that's being funded through.
These 6 that you're talking about today, where are they? That's what I'm asking. I'm fighting for my district here.
Let me, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Show you.
Sorry to get off course, but this is like the most important thing to me. So, because our kids, if we go all virtual, and I would say 50-60% of my district doesn't have good internet, if not more.
And this won't cover the second stage either, will it?
So this is, you can see the colors very well. The blue, so this is Callaway, that's that 195-foot tower that was already funded by the state. Last month, we approved all the contracts for construction and the agreement with the state for all the blue towers that you see on this map, if the color shows through. So Callaway, Henry, Fork Mountain, Tom's Knob, Snow Creek. Those are already funded. Those are kind of already in the queue, if you will, moving forward to be constructed. The red that you see here are the ones the 6 that we're discussing here right now to use CARES money and try to get those built by the end of the year. That would be Ferrum Rescue Squad, the Ferrum property that the county owns on the west side of Ferrum College, Wade Park potentially, the Commerce Park, which would be this site here, Boones Mill Fire Department, or the Boones Mill Collection Site, one of those 2 sites in Boones Mill. And then the Glade Hill Fire Station, the new proposed Glade Hill Fire Station site, are the 6 that we have identified, again, because we control those sites. So we feel like that's going to help us move quicker and get those poles constructed, up and built, and get fiber to those sites so they can begin, by the end of the year, be able to transmit that
Will you do me a
fixed
favor?
wireless. Sorry.
Can we put this picture in the paper? So
We
this
can,
can
after
see where we're moving
after you
forward?
decide which ones to approve, we can put that map up there. So the blue circles is up online now. That's the project already funded. And I'll just add to that, we just filed a grant application yesterday for another 1.7 million of funding from the state to build the green circles. So if you see Cahays Mountain, Cooks Knob, Sawmill, Endicott, Sago, K Fork, Verizon, and Windy Gap, those are part of the second round of the body applications that we're seeking funding for.
My next question would be for September, round 3, these little community poles. We have a neighborhood you're talking might service 20, 30 homes. Can we look at maybe doing a few of those for some of, because Callaway's nothing but mountains. Dips and it's highs and lows.
Correct.
So there's a in like, for example, Snow Creek on Airport Road. It's a valley right there that no one that lives down there in that hole can get good internet. Was there 20 homes in there, Leland, that could benefit from a community pole?
But that's in our longer range. I don't think.
Yeah, the challenge we have is until some of those towers get up and running, we don't know which sites we're missing, if that makes sense.
And
so we can kind of guess, but I'll try to do a little research and see if there's a few spots that we might be able to do that. I think the challenge is going to be that December deadline is just figuring it out, get them ordered, get them built, dealing with landowners, all that kind of stuff that goes.
I'm done. Sorry.
With that. So the red circles, you can see there is overlap with other circles, and partially that's good, just for the reason you stated, is Callaway may not be able to pick up everything, but we're showing Cooks Knob to hopefully fill in some of those other gaps. And we're showing the Sawmill site, which overlaps with Callaway, Cahays, which overlaps with Callaway, to hopefully have some of that, I won't say double coverage, but at least a double opportunity that you'll either get service from this site or this site. So with phase 1, which is blue, which with CARES money, which would be the red circles, with phase 2 in the green, and then even the 3 towers over here that Bedford built, we feel like we're getting pretty good coverage of the entire county. Again, assuming we get funding for phase 2, we still have a few gaps. So if you see some of these areas here, we have a few gaps that we'll have to come back with some sort of pole to try to reach those areas. But with these 3 phases, if you will, we're getting what we feel like is pretty good coverage for that. As those towers get lit up, I think we'll find some of those areas where we'll need to come back with those 40-foot poles, 40-foot wooden poles, and so forth, which are simpler and cheaper to do. So I think we're better off spending the money that we have available to build these more substantial towers now to give us that coverage. So hopefully that answer your question. So
yeah,
we're trying not to duplicate what we already have funding for, and then also trying to make it match up with what we're asking for funding in round 2.
I think for future reference, when we're talking about these poles, specify to me which ones you're talking about, because I thought we were trying to shoot for a bunch of community poles. So I'm kind of blindsided that we're only getting 6, which I understand they're bigger and more expensive. I get that, but I'm good. Let's move on. Thank you.
One question.
Yes, sir.
Is this going to affect Blue Ridge Tower for what the work they've already doing if we put them on another project?
Well, that's another reason we're only looking at 6, is we wanted to have something reasonable that can get accomplished by the end of the December deadline. and we'll look to Mr. Lockaby and Mr. Gwynn's office to make sure that the agreement language states that these 6 towers will be up and running by December. Because as Mike's pointed out several times, if the money is not used, that we have to pay that money back. And so we'll want to make sure that if we do an amendment to our agreement with Blue Ridge, that language is in there, that these must be completed by that time. And when you go back to some of the cost figures, I think that's factored in there as well. Is, you know, if we're going to do this, you know, it's going to be at a premium on pricing. I will say too, we're not the only place in the United States doing this, and so everybody's ordering poles, everybody's ordering equipment, just like the schools are experiencing. Everybody's ordering Chromebooks, you know, all these things. So the prices on everything is kind of going up because of that as well. So I think that's just.
My point is, I don't think we want to restrict Blue Ridge from doing what they've already obligated themselves to do in a timetable.
Correct.
And if they spend all of their time putting these 6 poles up and not doing the work around the county that they've already obligated themselves to, and I did receive an email that they were slow on some of their projects in Bedford County. Do we maybe need to look at someone else? I'm just throwing out the fact.
And we thought about that as well. The main thing here, again, is time. We already have a contract with them that can be modified through an amendment versus having to do a whole nother process to contract with someone else. So since we're already kind of vested in this fixed wireless system with Blue Ridge as well, that's why, you know, we decided that we would be best to go forward with them.
I'm all for that.
I think there'll be multiple crews working as well. Some will just be attaching equipment to existing towers, and then a different crew will actually be building the towers themselves. So your point is well taken, but I think, you know, we just have to make sure that it's clear to them that these 6 towers have to be built, and we still want to see the other ones being moving along on their schedule as well.
I would like to see a commitment from them. Now, I'm speaking for the board. And I think y'all all agree with me, I'd like to see a commitment from them that this can be done.
I agree.
In writing.
Well, if they're only able to say get 3 of the 6 up, 3's better than none, so.
Well, it's gonna be done by December the 30th.
And I will add to that, thank you, Steve. I will add to that the fact that I think you're right, Mr. Mitchell. If we can get 3, that's better than what we've got now. But those towers that we already have under contract are much bigger, much more expensive, and handle a lot more people. Those have to be first priority. If there's any projects that are, and this will be in our agreement, any projects that are not done by them as far as these 6 poles, installed and operational, they have to be both by the CARES Act. If they're not installed and operational by December 30th, there's no payment for that. So because we cannot take on that risk of having to pay for those ourselves.
6 half a poles installed.
Yeah, that doesn't do us any good. So, yeah, so just going back really quickly, so we have a round 2 total, $3,900,000 and some change, leaves you with about $3,175,000 for September. What we've kind of felt like doing for you all is we felt like September is probably your deadline on being able to approve projects that could then be completed by the end of December. And we feel like there's not any changes to the restrictions or the guidelines on the timeline by September, then there probably isn't going to be one. So we pushed as far as we can, but I think September's probably a drop dead date.
Mr. Burnett, can you tell me what is in the $907,000 for PPE?
For PPE, yes. So some of the projects, and I'll just give you a couple of examples. We have things like PPE for the school system. Is in there. We have cleaning supplies. We have SCBA's that we've talked about for the fire department, and some other potentials. So,
what about turnout gear?
I think Mr. Whitlow was going to make mention of
if something
Please
happened.
do.
If I may, Ms. Smith. Of course, these are broad categories, and first of all, I'd like to thank Mike, you and Brian, and Mr. Copenhaver and Steve and so forth, and others in the room. I see Billy Ferguson and a couple of sheriffs, Mr. Sigmund back there, and Mr. Young. Thank you all, among others that have vetted various projects. And I would love to say that all projects are before you today, but they're not. They're not for a reason. And specifically by the fact that it was already been mentioned, with federal guidance, the team has been diligent in vetting these requests through the county attorney's office, as well as passing through some of this to the auditors when we've had that opportunity. However, I will predicate that this is preliminary guidance that the county attorney office has from the federal government, and it's all preliminary. And so localities around the Commonwealth are struggling to find out what is eligible, what is ineligible, all the while trying, and you can see the frustration even in the conversation with staff, all trying to build so many towers and get everything done by December 30th. It's an enormous task of resources. That being said, at the end of the day, we want to be extremely cautious, again, as already been mentioned to this board, because whatever is deemed eventually, perhaps, is deemed ineligible, no matter what legal guidance we have, or maybe no matter what auditing guidance we have, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the county. And so we're being very cautious. That being said, turnout gear. Turnout gear is scheduled to come back before the board at the September 15th board meeting. And of course, in the last couple of days, I've come to realize that, and of course, it shows you what I know about turnout gear, that turnout gear is a process, and it takes some time to be fitted, as I understand, all the different sets. And that takes time to have it ordered. And then we're marching against this December 30th deadline. We are confident that turnout gear, as well as SCBA self-containing breathing apparatus components, are PPE. By very nature, they are personal protective equipment. The fact of, how does it relate to COVID, again, is why we have taken some caution, if you will, to vet that with the auditors. We have since been able to do so in the last day. We are feeling more positive about that as a funded eligibility expense. But then our concern now is the timeline of getting all of that ordered and fitted and so forth within the various departments, both career and volunteer. This is a great opportunity for us. And so the recommendation certainly is for SCBAs and turnout gear. It was really simply a matter of timing. Now that we know that timing is compressed, certainly for any order, it would be staff's recommendation to include turnout gear today, in this matter. And so that's certainly our recommendation as staff, based on preliminary guidance that we have. Now, to the extent we do understand in terms of the number of turnout gear, currently we understand, as I think Chief Mr. Moore is here, Dempsey Moore, thank you, Mr. Moore, earlier for your comments, that there is a sizable amount of turnout gear in the county, as we understand, that is nearing end of life or expiration and so forth, and that is a matter of concern. But the other matter of concern is, if there's only one set of turnout gear for firefighters and so forth going into a nursing home fire call, as an example, or going into an area that perhaps is COVID positive, that turnout gear has to be decontaminated, and that takes some time with our extractors and so forth. And so then that company is left without turnout gear, and we do not want to be in a position accordingly. So we bring that to you all today. Of course, this is information that we just received in the last 24 hours in terms of the timing and the cost of that. So I did want to share that with you all today. That would be one item that this board can include today if it so chooses, along with these other categories.
Yeah. How much money are we talking about with this turnout gear that's being proposed and with the apparatus needed to clean it and decontaminate it?
Mr. Thompson, the good news, I guess, is in terms of The equipment needed to decontaminate or extract turnout gear, that is already in your capital budget for some extractors this coming year. What's not in the budget is the amounts of turnout gear that's now needed as a result of COVID. And so we're looking at 300, potentially 350 sets of turnout gear. That's approximately $960,000. It's a sizable portion. We know turnout gear expires, and at some point the county would need to replace turnout gear over the next 10, 15, 20 years. But the immediate need, again, is the lack of a second set of turnout gear to respond to a COVID emergency.
Yeah, and our firefighters are down for 24 to 36 hours because the gear has to air dry. You don't put it in a dryer. So
right.
when they're exposed, our firefighters are out of service for 36 hours, right, Chief?
Yes, we have to consider every call we go on, person involved. We have to consider that exposure. We don't know. My personal experience is we took patients in or tested COVID positive. We find out 9 days later. So I can't tell my people, go someplace and not make sure their gear is not decontaminated every time. It's not worth it.
My question, sir, to staff and to everybody, how much money are we talking about? I understand the necessity and the need for getting that. But my question is a simple question. How much money are we talking about?
As I noted, Mr. Thompson, it's $960,000.
Do we have $960,000 that we can use towards this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thompson. We have, if you all approve the 3.9 million that we have in this recommendation, you have 3.1 million remaining, so you would be taking 950.
That's an allowable offense. So then that's a no-brainer there. We need to do that.
We believe that it is an eligible expense. Yes, sir.
Well, that's a no-brainer. We need to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
One thing.
Now,
Mr. Chairman, can I say something? This gear, most of it is already out of date. 2/3 of my gear is out of date. I try to buy 1 or 2 sets a year. There's no way I'll ever catch up with what I need. We have people going into fires and contaminating areas. The gear is out of date already. So, sometime we're going to either have to take the chance here, or we're going to have to come up and buy the equipment anyway.
yes, I'll accept a motion for this.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make that motion if I may.
Already did.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, in discussion, one thing that I would like to get in the queue, if you will, relative to the next round would be consideration of an ambulance for Scruggs. And I know that we've got some vehicles that are going to be freed up. However, it's going to cost $90,000, whatever, $80,000 or $90,000 to equip them, perhaps. So I'd really like that in consideration. We've one ambulance at Scruggs, I understand. And if that one's in service somewhere, which you guys ran so many calls last year. Yeah, so I want that in consideration. I think it would be a good fit for CARES money. I understand some other localities have done so as well.
But we have a motion on the floor, and that's not in the motion.
I understand that.
But what I'm saying is, we need to vote on the motion before we discuss that, I think.
Whatever your pleasure.
Okay. But, if we have a motion, and if you'll read it, please, ma'am.
Before I make my motion, I need to have the exact amount from Director Ferguson on the turnout gear. 960, what was it?
That's
964,858. That's 336.
964 what?
858.
All right, I'm ready, Madeline. I'd like to make a motion, we approve what the COVID committee has presented for us today to approve the $3,903,795 and then add the $964,858 for the turnout gear to that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Are you good?
Yes, on the motion made by Supervisor Mitchell, to move forward with the CARES Act eligible expenditure categorical list of 3.903795 million as presented, including turnout gear, which would be 964,858. Seconded by Supervisor Tatum.
Okay. If you'll
Supervisor-
proceed.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Absolutely, yes.
Supervisor Thompson, Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Now, if you
You all
want,
very much.
if you want
Thank
to
you all.
discuss your item, we can do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow, for
We owe
being a
y'all
good
more
student.
thanks than you
And
owe us.
I believe before we, there's, ambulances are kind of really on the shady side as to whether we can buy them with COVID money or not, is my understanding.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Smith, we have checked it twice now to find out if the county attorney felt comfortable with ambulances being included. It has not up to now, but we will certainly ask again. The biggest reason is, I guess the best way to put it, pretty much because the COVID virus is so omnipresent, you can almost make a case for anything to be COVID related. And so a lot of the guidance that has come down is that things need to be very COVID specific. So if there was an ambulance that only carried COVID patients, that might be a good reason to do it. But again, that's county attorney guidance. We'll do some more checking there and have Jim have Mark take another look at it.
Mr.
and
Burnett,
see.
Ms. Smith, may I assist you with this matter?
Please, please.
Please.
Callaway got a new truck. There's a new truck being built. I'm talking ambulances.
Okay.
There's a new truck getting a remount, correct, Director Ferguson? And then we got 3 coming on the lease purchase program. The 3 trucks coming on lease purchase, do they come with the stretchers and the power lift? All right, so if we currently have an ambulance that's going to be replaced by one of these new lease purchase trucks, they're going to have a stretcher. The only thing I can maybe see Scruggs having to buy as a big ticket item would be a heart monitor, correct? Correct. So could we look at maybe Assistant Supervisor Smith and Scruggs? I feel confident Scruggs, they ran 160 LMS calls last month as a volunteer agency. That's remarkable. And if they have a truck go down, that's 160 calls that they're not answering. So if we could take one of those reserve trucks, give to Scruggs with already having the stretcher and the power lift system in it, and then in the meantime, until funds loosen up, if we could find maybe not one of the frontline heart monitors or something like, I know we probably have some in storage, Chief, but I think that would help you in getting a reserve truck for your district, because Scruggs Rescue Squad is doing an outstanding job, and I think we should reward them with a backup truck, which we wouldn't have to use COVID money for.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, before this gets very much further, how many ambulances and rescue squad do they have at Scruggs already?
1.
I would like to have one. I would like to have one at Hardy. We don't have any. Sir?
We pay for our own truck, the one we have now.
Yes, sir. I'm not arguing that, sir. I'm just saying I'd like to have one at Hardy. We don't have any. We don't even have a station at Hardy. We got to start working on that. If we can use this money for that, then it needs to go there as well. It's got to be equitable the whole county wide.
I'm just bringing it up because it's my district, Ronnie.
I'm just bringing it up because it's my
Yeah.
district, Corey.
I would support Mr. Thompson in looking and getting
Yes,
that in there.
absolutely.
100%.
Just
Whatever
bringing
it
it up
takes.
because it's my district.
I think the discussion is good, but at this time, I don't think we're considering buying ambulances with COVID money.
I do have one more comment for our COVID committee, Mike, if that's all right. It's been brought to my attention that Roanoke County used CARES Act money for hazard pay for full-time and part-time employees, and that is something that can be used for.
It does look like that. We actually have talked about that some. We'd be looking at that as a potential for discussion in September.
Because all of our employees have serviced our citizens through this entire pandemic. So I have some numbers for you if you have a pen and piece of paper. I've already done the homework for you. So in July, we had 360 full-time employees and 135 part-time. The total for full-time, if we were to do, say, $1,000 for our full-time employees, $500 for our part-time employees, because I think they did 2,000 and 1,000 in Roanoke County. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
So the total for full-time would be 364,000. Part-time would be 67,500. We also have to figure in the Social Security and Medicare expenses that the county has to pay, which is 7.65%. The total for that would be a total of $33,010 for a grand total of $464,510. I would like to maybe consider rounding that up to $500,000, and let's try to consider our volunteer fire and EMS responders. From what I understand, you guys have to look into this. If the volunteers that receive stipends get a W-9, correct?
That would be probably a Brian
So
question.
technically, the way I see it as a business-minded person, they're technically employed. They pay taxes on that money that they get for their stipends. So if whatever amount we can make it, if we can, because they're front line, they're responding. Billy, how many of our EMS calls are priority C right now? I'm gonna call it 50%. So I would like to, that would be my suggestion. And I meant to ask you a question. Out of this money, I know there's a lot of things grouped into certain line items. Where's the sheriff's office request in these line items?
They're in all over the place.
Okay, so there is sheriff's office, Major Sigmund?
Yeah, there are some sheriff's office items. There are some more that would be coming in September.
Okay.
As well. And one thing I would say on the funding for the hazard pay, one of the things that we have got on guidance is we cannot do across the board hazard pay with CARES money. So if you decide to do hazard pay, the only ones that could come out of COVID fund or CARES funding would be those that are first responders. So if you decided to do anything for the rest of your employees, that would have to come out of county dollars.
Okay.
And then you also,
I'll let you guys explain that to all the county staff.
we'll go through all that for you. Like I said, that's one of the items we were going to look at.
So my numbers don't mean a hill of beans because my numbers are all county employees. So,
but it gives us a target to look at 1,000 and 500. I mean, that's something for us to look at.
If we can't, I understand if that's the rules and restrictions, then definitely, I think our county employees, any way we can benefit our county employees, I think we should definitely look at.
Yeah, and we will, one thing that will be on the table, I think in September, will be the fact that we're down to somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million remaining. There probably will be more requests than $2 million, so you'll end up having to prioritize those at the next meeting where we haven't necessarily had to do that so far.
I understand.
So, all right.
Thank y'all very much.
Is there any problem with us taking our 3 o'clock break?
Nope.
No, sir.
None at all.
Wait just a moment.
Mr. Chairman, our work session, we will hold back in B75 before we come back for the regular portion of the meeting. But we'll hold our work session. If that's a pleasure of the board at B75, let everyone take a break, but pleasure of the board.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So we're gonna move direct to that.
Thank you. I'll call to order our meeting, and we have one special use permit. And the first thing I want to do is certify that closed session, that only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this application applies. And only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by which this certification applies. We vote on this?
We need a motion in a second.
Okay, so we need a motion that we only discussed what was lawfully
moved.
permitted.
So moved. Made a motion.
Second.
Okay. Maybe we better have a roll call vote.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll do our appointments. If y'all will bring them forward, we'll start with Mr. Mitchell.
Chairman,
What? Sorry, I was reading.
oh, you want to start, or I can't either one? With
Any
appointments?
appointments?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd like to reappoint Lee Prom to the Aging Services.
Okay. Lori?
Second.
Okay. We do vote on these individually.
You can, if it's okay with the county attorney, we don't have to do a roll call vote for this.
No, you don't have to do a roll call vote.
Do you have to vote on them
Or
individually?
vote on them individually.
Okay. All in favor of Mr. Mitchell's nomination, aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. Ms. Laura, do you have
I don't have any.
it? Ronnie? Okay. Tommy?
Yes, Joyce Purdue
Okay.
will be reappointed.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to nominate Pauline Nicholson to the Aging Services Committee.
Okay. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we're, all right, all right, do I do those?
Board members would for the Recreation Committee.
All right, Recreation Committee. Is there any nomination?
Mr. Chairman, I think we had discussed Kay Salibi and Mrs. Gay War wanted to renew their terms on the Recreation Board.
Okay. Do I have a second to his motion?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
And the next one?
I think I got.
Okay, so that'll take care of our appointments. And, we'll recess for, the public hearing of the application of Mr. George Vogel.
Clicker works if you want to use it. The clicker works if you want to use it.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have one public hearing before you tonight. It's for a special use permit. It's for the application of George Vogel III and Westlake Point Property Owners Association. They're looking for a special use permit on a 12-acre piece of property off of Morewood Road in the Gills Creek District. And the purpose of that special use permit is for a boat storage facility, boats and boat trailer facility. It's being requested to bring the property into conformance with the code. The property owners were using that site for a storage area. We had some neighbor complaints about the looks of that facility, and as we investigated, we determined that there was never a special use permit issued for that purpose. for this piece of property. Once the property owners were notified, they initiated a cleanup of the property, got a lot of the unused equipment removed from the property, and then they did file for the special use permit to make this this use a proper use. This is the property location, again, up in the Gills Creek area, down past CVS, down the Morewood Road. This is the 12-acre parcel here. And out of the 12 acres is really only an acre, acre and a half right here in the front. That's the subject of the special use permit and the area that's being used currently for the boat storage facility. The staff reviewed it, and in your staff analysis, we've pointed out some things that the special use permit for this property would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Having a boat storage facility associated with residential communities at the lake is not unusual. It's a kind of a common practice so everybody doesn't have to store their individual boat at their house. They have a storage lot, but typically those lots are set aside and fenced and landscaped from view of the right-of-way and so forth. Staff also said that, you know, with proper conditioning, that it would not be a substantial detriment to the community. There's really minimal traffic to this type of use. You know, some of them only put their boat in the summertime and then put it back in the storage lot in the fall. So there's very minimal traffic associated with it, very minimal noise as well. We did get comments from public safety that they do want to have access to the site if possible in case there is a fire or there's some sort of hazardous materials on the site. They've agreed to that, but I think also they have the ability to just cut the lock on the gate if they needed to in an emergency to get in there as well. We did receive public comment at the Planning Commission hearing, and that was from one of the neighbors across Morewood Road. The Planning Commission held their public hearing last month, and they've recommended approval of the request with 5 conditions, and I'll go through those quickly. As I mentioned earlier, the use is really limited to about an acre and a half of the 12-acre property. Any expansion of that would have to come back to the board for additional approval. Storage will be limited to boats and jet skis, trailers, those sorts of things that are related to that use, and they need to really be in operable condition. We don't want it to turn into a junkyard, but really a storage facility for those boats that are in operable condition. No storage allowed within the setback requirements of the zoning ordinance. Fencing, number 4, addresses fencing along Morewood Road and gating and the access for public safety as well. Also, the storage area will be screened by a single row of southern wax myrtle trees that are 4 to 6 feet tall and spaced at 10 foot apart. And then number 5, they will provide a minor site plan submitted to the office and make sure they have a VDOT permit for where they connect to Morewood Road. So those are the 5 conditions that are being recommended. I'm happy to answer any questions. Mr. Vogel III is here as well, and he may have a few comments before we open the public hearing.
Okay.
Any questions for me?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm George Vogel here on behalf of Westlake Point Townhome Association. They've retained me and asked me to represent them in this matter to bring this before the county at the county's request. Just to reiterate what Mr. Sandy said, that the county approached the association based upon a complaint. They took it very seriously. They took action, did a lot of cleanup, removed a lot of old trailers that had, as tend to do, had accumulated over the years. They were trailers that were from Westlake Point Townhomes and Chestnut Creek, which is another subdivision right next door. They've removed all those, made sure that all the boats that are currently in there are only Westlake Point Townhome boats or trailers. They've gone and talked to the neighbors. I believe the one neighbor that did complain has, or at least tried to remove her complaint, but the ball had already started rolling. So we followed the county's request, applied for the special use permit, made sure that everything was done to the county's satisfaction and subject to doing the site plan and a few planting of trees. I believe the county feels that this site's up to snuff and is capable of remaining a boat storage area without impeding any of the neighbors or the. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't think there's a whole lot of additional information y'all need, but if you do, I'll be happy to answer it.
Mr. Vogel, as supervisor for Gills Creek District, I very much appreciate the level of responsiveness and working with Mr. Sandy and staff. I think we've arrived at, it seems to be a very good solution. I'll await any public comment on it, but I'm very appreciative of that.
Thank you.
We thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll open the public comment period for anyone that wishes to speak about this issue. No one wishes to speak. I'll close the public hearing and I'll open it for board discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the special use permit.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, we have a motion. Madam Clerk, if you'd.
On the motion made by Supervisor Smith to approve the special use permit as was presented by Mr. Sandy and seconded by Supervisor Cundiff.
Okay. Just go ahead and do a roll call since we're doing them.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell? Thank you all.
Okay, motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel.
Thank y'all. Have a good night.
Thanks.
And I'll open the public comment period. I believe our first person is Glenna Moore.
Well, I'm just going to take this presentation off. Did I say yesterday? Before you get up. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Say Mayor.
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore, and I live at 45 Scenic River Drive in Rocky Mount. We have heard many history facts during these last few months, and one thing is undeniable. The elite United Daughters of the Confederacy successfully ran a campaign to flourish the southern landscape with Confederate monuments for one main purpose: to permanently plant the seed of white supremacy. The last time I was before you, it was to make you aware of the 60 Black patriots from Franklin County who joined the American forces as United States colored troops. They fought to preserve the Union and to secure the freedom granted to them through the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, another bit of Franklin County history concerns the life of Richard Woods. Richard Woods was lynched January 28, 1880, 4 miles west of Rocky Mount near Wade's store. He was lynched for living with a white woman. I ask your empathy for the bravery of 9 runaway slaves from Franklin County who traveled the Underground Railroad to Canada for freedom. According to the Baltimore Sun newspaper in 1860, this group consisted of a woman, a boy of 18, and 7 children. Do any of these Black lives matter? Now, the issue of Booker T. Washington donating possibly $25 to the United Daughters of the Confederacy. In 1905, the UDC member, Etsy Smith, begged Booker T. Washington to donate to the planned federal Franklin County Confederate statue. Booker T. Washington asked that his small donation be received in the same spirit in which it was given. That's interesting. Essie Smith, in a letter, told Booker T. Washington that the county of Franklin is not a progressive one. She also told him that the monument we hope to build will cost about $1,800. The county will give about $600. She said that there had been several small contributions from the community, but the UDC had not had the encouragement they hoped and expected from the community. It appears that these women were quite desperate, and in steps the man whose name is on the statue, Reuben H. Fishburne, a wealthy elite who was born and raised in Franklin County but lived in Roanoke. He was the one who made the erection of the monument possible.
Thank you. Mariah Moore. I hope I pronounced that correct.
Hi, my name is Mariah Moore from Rocky Mount. I just turned 11 last week. Yep, I am still older than that statue that is claimed to be history. I learned about the Civil War in school and at home. I have read the monument frontwards and backwards. I am here to say, if you depend on the monument for history, then you need to follow me on my first day of middle school, or you should rightfully visit it at a museum where you can actually learn about the Civil War. The statue needs to be moved somewhere more contextually appropriate. Thank you and have a nice day.
Diamond Turridge.
Hello.
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 I want to make this very clear. I'm not here to ask you to move the statue because at this point I can no longer ask. I'm here to shed more light in helping you see the wrongful injustice you are making on this issue as far as this county. We have been very peaceful about all of this, and it's a shame that I have to stand in front of people that don't want to look me in the face and tell me you don't want change. Do you know why most of the graduates of this county have moved? Do you know that a lot of our issues are because the generations before us don't want to move forward? Let's talk stats, since that seems to be the main focus of your attention. As it stands, our youth is the majority of this county. Whether you consider someone that moved out of this county an outsider or not, that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, those outsiders know what progression could look like if we as this county could change our mentality for forward movement. We could come up with a plan to relocate the Confederate statue. That could put money into this county's pockets instead of places like Charlotte, Hampton, and Roanoke. What does this county have that makes people want to stay? We need youth groups. We need places where we all can be one. And how am I supposed to come stand in front of you with this kind of business venture when you can't even see me as something, when you can only see me as something as degrading? See me as something as degrading as the disadvantage of a Black woman. Thank you.
Milton Terry.
My name is Milton Terry, and I live at 1376 Harmony Screw Road. And it's a sad thing. I mean, it's sad for y'all to yet say that that statue is a part of y'all's heritage when y'all know what that man had done, put black people through. And y'all yet want to say that's y'all's heritage. It's a shame. It's a crying shame. And y'all don't want to make a change. Just like y'all. I was watching on TV where John F. Kennedy said that it would be 50 years when he was running for president. He said it'd be 50 years before have a black president. And he hit it dead on the head. It was exactly 50 years from the day that he made that speech. It's time for y'all to wake up. That statute, it needs to be moved. I mean, they lost the war. And that statute, that man didn't fight for freedom. He wanted to keep us in bondage. And it's a time for a change. It's time. Y'all need to take and man up. Y'all need to woman up. It's time for a change. It's the time to change. How can you move forward when y'all keep wanting to look back in the past? I mean, I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot of people hung, black people. And y'all said that slavery wasn't bad. If y'all think it ain't bad, let me take and be y'all slave master for 1 month. 1 month. Then y'all can see through my eyes what I'm going through. What my grandparents went through. It's a time for a change. Not tomorrow. We need to make a change today. And y'all know it's wrong, the way we was treated. We didn't come over here like most of y'all's parents. We come over here, they brought us in, our grandparents in chains. And we had to take and fight for our freedom, and we're yet fighting today, and it's not right. And y'all know it's not right. That statute need to come down, because that man, he don't.
Thank you, sir. Serenity Tunage.
Hi, my name is Serenity Turnage. I'm what some people would call a military brat. I've been around the world, and the most memorable place I've been to is Germany. This is a country that has fought through its fair share of terrorism and oppression. There are multiple symbols of this all over Germany. An example of this is the Berlin Wall. Although this is a symbol of hate and separation, just like the statue, it's still a part of Germany's history. Although this is true, I can guarantee this symbol of injustice is not in front of a courthouse. If we beat, raped, and sold your kids, then justified it by calling it our history, I think you'd be a little upset too. A member of this board was called the racial slur mayonnaise and got offended. I'd now like to ask him how he feels about the fact that a man who called my ancestors nigger for 400 years is now placed on a pedestal in the middle of a place I call home. The definition of a terrorist is someone who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians. The man you have placed in the middle of this county is a terrorist by your own definition. He was not a hero. He fought against America and for a terrible cause, yet you treat him better than the people of color in this county. That man fought to keep my ancestors in chains, and I refuse to walk under him any longer. Walking under that statue makes it seem like I'm still in those chains, and I refuse to accept that. Thank you for your time, and replace the statue.
Henry Tunage.
Henry Turnage. I live in 1315 Calico Rock Road. It's time to move on, guys. I'm here to look each one of y'all in the eye and tell you, the statue's already gone, Mr. Tatum. Mr. Carter, the statue's already gone, sir. Mr. Thompson, I know you don't want to accept it, but that statue is going to leave that place. Sir, that statue is going to leave that place. Mr. Mitchell, that statue is coming down from there. Mr. Thompson, that statue is going to be removed from the courthouse. Ms. Smith, that statue is coming down from there. Mr. Mitchell, I know that that's some of your family, but that's a bad place for that statue. I want you to explain to me, sir, how I can explain to my daughter to walk under that statue. Y'all want us to represent that flag. Y'all say we can't kneel when something happens to us. We must respect that flag. That flag tells me that that statue up there is not right. It tells me that deep in my soul. It tells me that I should go up there and rip it down because my kids are depending on me to do that for them. Mr. Tatum, you was a police officer. You have taken how many oaths in your life? How can you look me in my eye and tell me to tell my son to walk under that statue? Y'all, you don't know what it means because you've never been through it. You can't make the connection because it didn't happen to you. So that man up there can't be a terrorist because he didn't terrorize your families. The people that he terrorized didn't look like you. That man on top of that statue represents a murderer, a rapist, a child molester. He represents all those things to me. Just because he didn't do it to any of your family members does not mean that it's right. Y'all think that just because y'all put it on the referendum that it's going to be done. You get to wash your hands. I'm facing 85% of Franklin County. Unimaginable odds. It's being black in America. Being black in America is trying to get a statue like that removed and have to come in a room full of white people to do it. Y'all have privileges that we do not have in Franklin County and in America as a whole. I'm here to tell you that those things are coming to an end. There is going to be a shift in America. You can already feel it all around you. If y'all are not watching the local news, statues are coming down. One just got approved in Roanoke. Somebody went and knocked it down. I don't want that to happen in Franklin County because of your family members being up there. I know that this injects something different in Franklin County than anywhere else that I've been. It's different in Franklin County because those are family members. I don't want the statue disrespected. But it's not going to stand there for too much more longer. My kids are not going to walk under that statue.
Eddie C.
Good evening. My name is Eddie C., and I currently live at 4556 Henry Road in Henry, Virginia. I'm here tonight to support the moving of the Confederate statue in front of the Franklin County Courthouse. I want to speak to you tonight from a different perspective. This statue, to many of us, represents something that is a memorial not only to dead soldiers fighting for a cause, but it is a memorial to a cause that was unjust. The original statue was put here in 1910 without even the glimpse of an American flag. The current statue even displays a traitorous flag. Having said that, I want to speak to you from a Christian perspective. Gavin Ortlund and Courtney Reisig, two of the foremost Christian writers in this country, stated that race-based chattel, or slavery, is manifestly among the most despicable institutions ever to disgrace human civilization. Christians believe that God is love, and we ask ourselves in many situations, what would Jesus do? And I think if we truly followed the principles of his teachings, we know where Jesus would stand in supporting a statue that is a memorial to the cause of slavery. To be clear, slavery in any sense perverts God's created intentions for human beings. So there are two mountain peaks in this revelation of how we are to believe about this issue of memorializing a cause such as slavery. One is creation itself. We are told in the scriptures that all humans are made equally in God's image. Second is the gospel itself. We are told in Revelation 7:19 that one day there will be created a people from every nation, from all tribes and peoples and languages, who will dwell together in perfect harmony. We are commanded to begin that here, on this earth. Even Paul instructed Philemon to receive Onesimus, no longer as a slave, but as a dear brother, and he appeals to Philemon to receive him as you would receive me. To continue in that direction, Jesus died for us according to the scripture. He died for us so that we might live for him, which often looks us straight in the eyes and forces us to apply that principle to everything in our lives. We are very imperfect people, but we try to be the best examples we can be. All of us make mistakes, including myself, but we cannot continue to use that as an excuse. A memorial to slavery can be history, but it cannot be memorialized in front of a house of justice. There is no justice in that. I encourage everyone to vote to remove the statue in the upcoming election. Early voting begins on September 18th.
Bill Perlman.
Hello, my name is Bill Perlman, and I live in Glade Hill. Thank you all for the opportunity for letting us have these public comments. I feel like at this point I should have y'all for Sunday dinner as much as I've seen you all recently. The one thing that I would like to talk to you about is the referendum that's upcoming. I know you all have seen the news. I know you see the upswell in movements throughout other jurisdictions as far as addressing these statues. Franklin County might have been the first county to have ordered a referendum, but Franklin County is going to wind up being one of the last to act in this grand scheme of these Confederate memorials. You've heard the response from these folks that have stood in front of you and spoken. I can never understand some of the emotions that some of these folks, the things that this young lady has said. I can't speak to those emotions, but I can hear those emotions, and I know you all have heard those emotions. For that reason, as I mentioned earlier, we cannot count the voice of 90% of this county in a public decision that represents a issue that predominantly speaks to 10% of the population and the emotions that they have attached to that memorial. I beg and plead of you to act on Mr. Maxwell's recommendations about a diversity and inclusion committee. And as I mentioned earlier, now is the time for action. Now is the time that you all need to start acting upon what's going to happen based on these referendum results. September, October, November, this needs to be a work session agenda item on every meeting until the election and even after the election, because you all have the tiger by the tail. Once the referendum results come back, you're going to have a yes or no statement from this county on should the statue be relocated to somewhere contextually appropriate. What are you going to do with that information? Action is the only thing that's going to show forward movement. If you sit back and wait until those election results before you make a move or before you make any forward progress is an abdication of your duties. And I encourage you to please place something on the agenda, work sessions, whatever your operational efficiency is to make action happen. Do something. Inaction is being negligent to your duties. Thank you all for everything you do and your time and opportunity for us to speak.
Sheila Young.
Good evening. My name is Sashada Young. I'm a resident at 120 Hillcrest Drive, Rocky Mount, Virginia. You may not know me, but I am from the town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. And most people here called me Shada when I was a little girl, or Shay. You may not know my grandfather, George Daniel Young, who was born in Farron, Virginia. You may not know me, but my grandfather moved me here because of the crime and the drugs and the trauma that I dealt with as a child, moving from DC to this area. And because he's from this area and he knows the values of this area, he saved me and brought me back down with him. My mother is still here, and my grandparents have passed on, but I am a true representative of what good can come out of Franklin County, and I just want to put that out there first. You may not know me, but moving to Rocky Mount, Virginia saved my family. My story is different from yours, and it's different from many people in here, because this is a beautiful place to live. And I know for a fact that if I had not moved here, I probably wouldn't be alive, because a majority of my friends in DC, they are not alive. You see, when I came here, I went with Project Discovery, so I had my first job with Russ and Kim Merritt at the YMCA, and I was the very first secretary there, age 13, right beside the courthouse. I clearly remember walking up and down the street very often on hot days and speaking to people, and everybody always spoke back to me, which was something that I had not always experienced. I remember crying in middle school when friends bullied me because I couldn't explain my story. The nurse cried with me, and she was white. I don't know how else to say it. Beautiful lady, beautiful in her heart. I bring up all of these things and many others because I ended up going to college. I have a master's degree now. I have an undergrad from Virginia State University in music, and I was part of the chorale under Miss Carter. I also have performed nationally, and I also worked with Miss Gibbons. One of my best friends is Josh Grizzetti, and my other best friend from the time I arrived until high school when we separated was Jacob Gibson, Benny Gibson's son. My last 30 seconds, I want to tell you I volunteered with the DC Poor People's Campaign. I also am on the leadership team at Bread for the World. And my Master of Divinity is a concentration in social justice and ethics, which I learned from you the first time I had to go fight in Richmond to try to keep Project Discovery at age 11. I ask you to please be on the right side, because what I see doesn't represent the love that I was given. And I would love to represent everything visually for you.
Gregory Maxwell.
Gregory Maxwell. I live at 2551 Ashstone Tavern Road. In the week since the last meeting, I've been called Marxist, nigger, black coon, Democrat, and Uncle Tom. Now, given all of that, I think you know how I feel about the statue already. So let's talk about something more than that. 32.6 minutes. I'm sure none of you know what that is. 32.6 minutes is the average time that it takes a resident of Franklin County to drive to work. Why is that? That's why I'm here today, to talk to you about that and more. The future of Franklin County is at stake. Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, moderate, independent, none of that matters today. I have made it my business to try to get the pulse of Franklin County. I've been to residents who were the children of Sons of Confederacy, residents who were a part of the integration of Franklin County High School, and even some that went to the old Truvine School and Liam Wade. Some of them made great points, some misguided. The one thing that stood out to me more than anything was the lack of overall guidance and direction from this board. Last Friday, I went on Cable 12 to talk about our goals as we try to move Franklin County forward. You are a big part of that, not only in our efforts with the statue, and voter registration, but making Franklin County the best county in Virginia, which I believe it can be. 40% of the people I talked to over the last 3 weeks had no idea whose district they were in, or who the representative even was if they did. And this is coming from Pinhook, Wirtz, Glade Hill, Rocky Mount, Snow Creek, Sontag, and Ferrum. That displays a lack of connection with our people, the ones you serve and make decisions for. So to you, I have a few questions that require no answer, but are things for you to look at. What are you doing on a daily basis to move Franklin County forward? Why do our youth not return to a wonderful county when they graduate college and the like? What can we do to prevent that? Why are there no programs in place that incentivize our youth to come back here and work? What is important is to encourage them to come back and build lives here, just like we have. Why do we have such a generational gap here in Franklin County? And why is it the board not doing more to bring in the next generation of board members? What are we going to do if we can't get new businesses to come here to Franklin County because of the lack of foresight and the will to move past mindset of previous generations and make that 32.6 minutes a more acceptable number?
Is this Pam Craighead? Bridget Craighead?
Hello. I am Bridget Craighead, and I'm a resident in Rocky Mount. I'm also the president of Black Lives Matter here in Franklin County, where our main mission is to ensure that people of color are treated equally and fairly in this county. You may be wondering why we are pointing out issues about the monument that sits in front of the courthouse. That monument for me represents that white people still wanted to control and buy slaves. That is a fact. Seeing that monument in front of our courthouse, where all people are supposed to receive justice, is a slap in the face when I know what that monument truly represents. In the Bible, it clearly states that we are not to idolize anyone or anything before God. But that's exactly what we're doing by having this in front of our courthouse. I also wanted to point out that this is the time that Franklin County needs to stop making decisions on the behalf of the Black community. Franklin County did not include the Black community in the decision to replace the monument that was torn down in 2010. You did that behind our backs, and now you want to give the community the power to vote on something that we did not approve in the first place. It's like that you're setting the Black community up for failure. I ask you to remember that white people aren't the only people in this county, and we need a voice for the Black community. Are you that voice for us? Do you sincerely care about how Black people feel about the monument that sits in the courthouse? That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay.
Say that I do appreciate the board members, man. I know I get emotional at times, but I do want to say I appreciate y'all having these firms, and to the people who have reached out to me, thank you. You know, willing to work, and I love all you guys. Thank you very much.
We love you too, buddy.
All right, we'll go back into regular session, and I guess we'll move to another.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of items that we didn't get to earlier today, and I may have missed an appointment earlier, and of course we can do that at the next meeting or the pleasure of the board, but there may be some other board appointments under, I guess that's tab 12. I know there was a vacancy on the Piedmont Community Services Board. and a couple of others. Of course, if there are no appointments tonight, we can carry those forward to the September meeting, but I wanted to point that out in case there was some appointment.
We are in open session,
Yes, sir.
so is there any nominations for these positions? If not, we'll carry them forward to next month.
And Mr. Chairman, a couple of other items that we didn't get to under upcoming events, just to remind the board that, of course, the General Assembly reconvened today in Richmond, and as you heard previously from the Finance Director, county staff will be bringing back more information regarding the state budget as we hear more information out of Richmond this week. Secondly, upcoming events, and I think I've made this announcement earlier. Of course, VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties, will be having their annual meeting this year. It's all virtual now in November, and of course, there's plenty of time to register. If the board, any of the board members wishes to attend, we can set and arrange some time here, even at the county building, for that, to do that virtually. Also, under other matters, there's, of course, earlier today we made a special recognition for all the volunteers and the community support that has worked diligently and tirelessly for the response to the COVID pandemic. And of course, from time to time, we also have special recognitions, certainly at least to point out regarding various departments. And of course, not only for county employees that are really just fulfilling their responsibilities each month, but sometimes there's special items that actually occur from time to time. And of course, many of you have shared some of those with me. And so for the record, and for members of the audience and so forth, and I don't know if this gentleman's here this evening, but Public Safety, Jonathan Smith, as many of you know, works for the County Department of Public Safety. He recently, it's actually been more than recently, he spent quite a bit of time working towards mental health and taking up the issue of suicide, and suicide being a big issue for first responders. And in that effort, recently, he received a regional EMS award here in Virginia. And so at this time, I know Mr. Ferguson's in the audience, would like to recognize Jonathan Smith and really thank him for his dedication, not only to public safety, but really representing, as already been mentioned by many of the comments this evening, what's all the good in Franklin County. And so anyway, Mr. Ferguson, if you will please pass along that to Jonathan, we appreciate him. In addition, Mr. Chairman, recently I understand, and I see Major Sigmund here this evening, and so Major Sigmund, understand recently that Deputy Burton was on a recent call and made a save and administered some Narcan, and of course, I understand some others may have been on that call, but would just publicly recognize him. In addition, Major Sigmund, while we're speaking of the Sheriff's Office, I know recently there was a shooting in the Salthouse branch area of the county, and I think Mr. Dustin Crawford, Deputy Crawford, was one of the first responders, but was actually able to apply a tourniquet there to one of the victims and potentially save that young man's life. So that's certainly worth noting. And then I would also add recently the IT department, and our IT department works behind the scenes a lot of times, and they are this evening certainly virtually to actually allow the board meetings to be broadcast. We certainly thank our information technology department for all they do, but probably unbeknown or not necessarily known by many of us, they work behind the scenes a lot with cybersecurity. And this weekend, we had a potential cybersecurity breach here at the county on some of our systems. And of course, I think since late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, I think approximately 30 hours of time has been put into this. And where one of our systems was potentially compromised, we've isolated that. Our IT department worked to isolate it and protect our system, and we think there's no damage. And so a lot of times that's stuff that goes unseen, and I just want to note that and thank that department, as well as you heard earlier from Mr. Sandy and our planning staff. Yesterday, the planning staff the deadline, I don't know if the planning staff received any sleep over the weekend, but they too were busy this past weekend as yesterday the county staff filed applications to VDOT for smart scale applications for several significant projects, as well as already been mentioned today, our broadband projects. The total of all of those projects is an upward of $65 million. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of coordination with VDOT as well as our partners. And so specifically, Steve Sandy and his staff, Lisa Cooper and Hannah Powell, as well as Eric Schmidt there in GIS, and I probably missed some others. But I just, from time to time, I really like to point out these attaboys to county staff when that time's appropriate, and I wanted to do so this evening. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other items at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank each of you for coming, and I would like to invite you to our regular board meetings. It's the third Tuesday of each month at 1:30, and we'd be very happy to have you come join us for our meetings. Thank you. They might want to hear this. Yeah. If any of you want to hear our discussions, we're going to have some more, so if you want to stay a few minutes, we'll be glad to have you.
Please stick around.
You didn't have to leave.
Yeah. Supervisors. So, well.
No. Other matters, but supervisors.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Okay,
I can
we'll
get
start at
started.
your end.
For some of the staff is still here, as usual, I've got several things. So I mentioned last month, is Mr. Sandy still here? He's already gone. As we see this large influx of new citizens buying real estate in Franklin County, I mentioned last month about like a more simpler approach for developers to come in and build some more affordable housing. I'd like to reword that as a streamline approach, Mr. Whitlow. If we can get with Mr. Sandy and his staff, what I'm seeing, because I feel I have a pretty good feeling of the pulse of the economy in the county, we need some homes. Talking to the realtors, if it keeps going at the rate it's going, we're going to have a housing crisis in Franklin County with the influx of people moving into the county. Don't want Mr. Sandy and staff to take offense to that. It's just we're not very known for being an easy county for development. And I want to encourage developers back into the county. Don't know what that's going to take, but I'd like for us to work towards that. Also last month, this is for Mr. Burnett, I mentioned I was looking, the state has the SWAM program for small business women and minorities. With all the vacant buildings in the town of Rocky Mount, I'm more than willing to talk to the town. If we can focus on the small business women and minority type businesses, let's look and see what kind of grants are available through the state and federal government. If we can put a program together in Franklin County where we can also, I know it won't be this budget year, but next budget year, if we can have some kind of grant money in place to promote this type of business as well. I already mentioned the rotation on the fire trucks, so I'm going to skip over that. The big thing, I see Major Sigmund still here. I'm not sure what the General Assembly, I mentioned last month about having something in place for our law enforcement here in Franklin County if the General Assembly voted to take more of their sovereign immunity away from them, essentially. I don't know what the General Assembly voted on, or if they're still working on that. I want to make sure we stay ahead of the ball game on that matter. Our law enforcement should not have to go out and do their job to protect our citizens and be worried at the same time about losing everything. I don't think it's fair to them. I already mentioned the hazard pay through the COVID money. With everything going on right now in the country, I find this building and all the staff in this building to be vulnerable to anyone that wants to come in and cause trouble. Talking to several staff, constitutional officers are in this building, I know the doors are locked. The one in the front, anybody can walk in. if we can look at providing some form of security for the staff in this building, I would like for us to look into that. I don't know if we do it through the sheriff's office. Maybe they have a deputy that's close to retirement that doesn't want to go out and rip the roads all day, or if we hire private security. It doesn't matter to me, but I think it would be beneficial to the staff in here to have that sense of security. We already talked about internet community polls. Here's one thing that I noticed. Miss Madeline puts a tremendous amount of work and effort into putting our meetings together. From what I understand, she was an intern here and then came into this position, if you want to call it naturally. Can we look at getting her an intern to help her with her workload, which might free her up to help with being a part-time PIO officer, to help get the word out to the public? Like I mentioned earlier, not everybody does social media, and I think we get ourselves in a lot of trouble because our citizens are very misinformed or just not informed at all. And I think that would be no better job for Miss Madeline. So I'd like to look at an intern. One thing about, you guys have done a wonderful job on the COVID committee. One thing I forgot to mention earlier, and maybe Billy has something, Director Ferguson has something in plan for the volunteer squads that are still operating and running calls. I think we need to reach out to the squad captains that are still operating, Director Ferguson, just see if they need anything. Unless you've already talked to them, I don't go to the chiefs and captains meetings, so I don't know exactly what they're asking for, but I just want to bring them in on the conversation because they've been completely neglected, in my opinion, unless Director Ferguson tells me otherwise. And they got a pretty tight-knit little group, and they support each other. So I'd like to reach out to them, Director Ferguson, Mike Burnett, if that's possible. I mentioned the SROs for our schools. I think it's very important. I'm not going to go too much into it, but I would really like for us to start communicating with the school system a little more, Mr. County Administrator, to look at this. I know the budget's tight now and everything going on with COVID. I don't know what would actually come of it, but I really want us to keep that in the back of our minds. Thank you, board, for supporting our firefighters today. I can tell you they're going to be ecstatic. And the last item I have is, the committee that I mentioned in last month's meeting. I would like to ask for the board support, and if another board member wants to tackle it with me, the more the merrier, because we can only have two by state law. I think the committee is a great way to keep the dialogue going and to reach out to our black citizens to see what we can do. No matter what happens with the statute, we got to keep the conversation going to show that we do support that 10%. It's actually about 9%. If I'm not, so it's 8%. So I would like support from the board. I'm willing to take this on myself. I've got a group of people that I feel comfortable working with, and I think it would really help us to communicate with the black citizens of this county. And I don't know if we necessarily need to vote on it, but I think it's important. And I'd like to have the board's support to move forward with an official committee to talk about, what did you title it, Mr. Maxwell? Diversity and Inclusion Committee. I like a board-sponsored diversity and inclusion meeting, or committee, excuse me. And believe it or not, that's all I got left. That's it.
Okay. I've got a couple things.
Okay.
Surprise, surprise. I just want to put the board on notice that with respect to the shoreline management plan, AEP is licensed by FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to operate the lake as a hydropower source. And per the plan, every 5 years there's a codified review that's required. And they got an extension on that, and now the new extension runs up into January 4th of 2021. So, and the reason I'm bringing this up to the board is because Franklin County is one of the designee stakeholders that will be included in a group of people where there will be public meetings. We will be asked for feedback if we have any. And Mr. Whitlow, I don't know what the county's past practices have been with respect to the S&P reviews. I am happy to help with that. I'm still sit on the Lake Association board. But this is very important as the lake continues, I think, to evolve as, you know, for various reasons. I won't get into all of those. But this is an important deadline, and the entities that I'm involved with, I had asked them to go ahead and write AEP to make sure that the public opportunities are availed to this group of which we're part of. So I just wanted to let you guys know that is going on over the next few months. And if you have any interest in this, I would ask you to let Chris know and Chairman Mitchell. It's an important process, and so I just wanted to leave you with that. The next thing I wanted to talk about, and I'd like to ask your support for, I have been, for many years, I've been working on senior services. This predated my time here at Franklin County as well. Done a lot of work in Franklin County on this. We have a wonderful senior services division under Mr. Chapman. That advisory group does a fantastic job. And one of the observations I've made since taking this job is that the advisory board, they're mainly focused on the recreation side of things, generally speaking. And I think that our seniors have a lot to offer. They have a lot to offer in terms of helping to guide us on policy, on housing issues. So what I would like to do, and I've started to have some discussions about looking into preparing a model to expand our senior services role for the county and bringing back a model for you all to consider. And what I'm after is to utilize the wonderful expertise that we have in our seniors. We've got people from all walks of life with all kinds of talents. They're the eyes and the ears of our community. And I think that we're underutilizing our seniors, and they are our boots on the ground. So what better way to promote our senior demographic? I think that it's a wonderful economic development tool for Franklin County to have our seniors be an active part in planning. They should have a voice at comp plan review time. Anything that we touch, you can envision that our seniors need a voice in it. And this advisory, a group that we already have, they are excited about just the mere concept of taking on a broader, more comprehensive role. And I would like to know if the board could support me working with the group, with Mr. Chapman, with Mr. Whitlow, to bring back a model of thinking about a broader capacity for our senior services. I'd like to get some comments back from you all, if you have any.
Could I comment on that, Mr. Chairman?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a great idea, Lori. I think that's a huge untapped resource we have in this county, and I think that could be a great benefit to the board and the citizens and the county moving forward. So I would really like to see us as a board strive to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
I think it's a great time. I think it's a great time, you know, as we discussed earlier, that we need to look at ways to expand our services to our seniors. I think it's a great time to implement this and move forward and gather that wealth of information that wealth of information that we have, it's not forever. we're losing our seniors. You know, we're losing our greatest generation at an astronomical number daily, and I'm talking about World War II veterans and people of that era. And we're losing a valuable resource there, and we need to take advantage of it all we can. And while I'm speaking, I just want to say, Mr. Mitchell, I agree with you, and if I can be of any assistance with reaching out, because I think our African American community needs to be represented and reflected, and we need to be moving forward in every angle, not just about the statue, but about business opportunities, because as our citizens, as they benefit, so does the county. We're all in this together, and so count me in.
Thank you, Tim.
Well, I know my mother's, well, excuse me, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I meant to say, I also support your idea. I don't have time to serve on another board. I'm still working 6 days a week, but I certainly would support that and help you and Tim any way I could moving forward.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, my mother's 92 years old, and I think a lot of seniors, when they get a certain age, they feel like they're useless. They feel like the world has forgot about them. The grandkids, grown, even grown. So I know my mother, well, you don't know or not, Dorothy Cundy, she's a great historian. She, you know, she got a wealth of knowledge, not as different than anybody else's mother or grandmother. But I think one of the biggest things that people fear getting older is being useless. And no respect, no recognition, no thought of what they contribute to the community. And I think that'd be wonderful.
Are you asking to be appointed, or is there a committee function?
I want to lead the charge, and if the board would allow me and endorse me to do that.
I support you 100%. I think it's a great idea.
I would like to bring back a model to the board after doing some research, talking with the advisory group, Mr. Chapman, and really looking at a good foundation to begin with. Bring it back to you gentlemen, let you endorse it or give me suggestions on how to improve it, and then work with Mr. Whitlow, and if the board endorses it, to move into implementation.
Okay. Is that a consensus? That's a consensus. Now, is there already a group, or are you gonna form a group?
Well, what I would like to begin to do is, with Mr. Whitlow and Mr. Chapman's permission, I'd like to maybe talk with the senior advisory group that we have. I really want to garner some feedback from them, and Mr. Chapman is in the process of getting some data for me. You know, we may end up doing a survey. I don't know where this is going to head. But I think that we definitely need to get a model in place and have it be something that is going to work. And then an implementation plan that's meaningful, something that we can do and we can start in the short term. You know, I'm not looking to create another study and setting it on a shelf. I mean, I think that this can be actively done and proactively pursued. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, about the body of work and getting there. But I just wanted to see if the board, as I said, would support this work, because I don't want to go at it if I don't have your support. It would be meaningful to me to have the board endorse this.
I think we already have.
Thank you.
Is there a way, Chris, the county could reach out to other counties and see if there's a organ similar to this that would give us sort of a blueprint?
Yes, Mr. Carter, Ms. Smith, certainly, and in fact, Mr. Chapman and I were talking earlier today because we knew there were board appointments to the Aging Services Committee that the board just approved, and we, Franklin County, as I understand, are one of the unique counties in Virginia that has a fairly strong active Aging Services Advisory Committee and the work that they've done the last couple of years. So there are a couple of other localities that do that. We, in fact, may be the model locality, maybe going forward, or can be one going forward. And so, yeah, I think Mr. Chapman's already has already started researching some of this.
I think it's exciting, and untapped resources, what comes to mind when I think about our seniors and really empowering them to be part of their continued future here in the county. They're important, and we've got a role to play to involve them in our work. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll go along with that because I'm getting older myself. Y'all done told me that tonight. Thank you.
With the boards,
We all received one of these, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Sigmund, thank y'all for the nice letter here. I think this is incredible with everything you guys already have going on. You're willing to take on more to become an accredited agency with the Virginia Law Enforcement Professional Standards Commission. So, of course, you know I have my support on that.
and with the board's consensus, I'd like to work with Mr. Mitchell and Tim on the committee. Because I've had discussions also about going forward with that, and I think we need to get all of our heads together.
Thank you, sir.
That's great.
So there'll be a consensus on that committee as well. I'm hearing that tonight as well.
Franklin County Diversity and Inclusion Committee.
That is perfect.
Thank you, Gregory.
Yeah.
But we need, I want to bring a group together that will work together and basically have one group versus a group working over here, or a group working over here. Put it in one context and work with it. Okay, I guess we'll go back and.
Mr. Chairman, we did have one other item, I believe, this evening. If there are other items from the board. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry. Yes, other members. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I done covered up my note.
Go ahead. Oh, I don't have an item. I just, Mr. Chairman, if other board members have other items.
Ms. McManaway addressed the board earlier today. Brenda McManaway, she lives in the Boone District. She called me. It's been 3 or 4 months ago, back before, right in the middle of everything. And I referred her to Mr. Sandy, and she has since followed up. And we've talked, and I've talked to Mr. Sandy, and I've talked to Ms. McGee. She's the Boone representative on the Planning Commission. I'd like to have the board support. What little bit I know about this, if I understand correctly, under the A1 zoning, under special use permit, it's very limited. And one of the things that cannot be done is like duplexes, multifamily dwellings, and things of this particular nature. What I'd like for the commission to do is to work up a proposal, because they're familiar with the request, to work up a proposal for pros and cons and what's going on and what is being asked for, and to keep it in regards to the village concept that we all approved, well, the ones that were on the board, to keep it in cahoots with the village concepts and things of that nature, and bring it back to the board for review and for further instructions on how we want to handle what's going on. I just figured you could come under a special use permit and request pretty much, but it's still some restrictions there, especially in certain areas. And maybe we can get some clear picture of what's going on there and get those things worked out.
Okay.
Everybody.
We need housing, Mr. Thompson.
I think everyone agrees with you, and I thought she brought good points today that I'm pretty confident no one on this board really knew.
Right,
the fact that you can't build on A1 property. And, you know, that's I think the good part of our public comment time. We get feedback from individuals as to things that we're not aware of. Any other Comments?
And I
Ms.
have one other
Yes, sir.
thing that I want to bring out. This is a question for Mr. Burnett. Here, since we've got this CARES, Mike Burnett there, he's still here. In the last couple of months, couple meetings we've had, we keep hearing about this CARES Act and this money. And the Board of Supervisors, under Mike's leadership, has put the IDA board in charge of it. And it has really concerned me, maybe not you all so much, but I think after I talk about this a minute, you'll come on board or you'll understand my concerns. It really concerns me that if this money is used improperly or misappropriated, that the taxpayers of this county could be held liable for their tax dollars on how they're being spent. And that really, and with that, and then it has come to light, as I'm sure some of you all know, that there, and I'm gonna get to a question here, I'm chasing a rabbit, but I'll get to a question for Mike here in a minute. I understand, and I hope I'm right on this, or I don't know whether hope's the right word, but that there's two pots of money, that there is a pot of money for county government, there's a pot of money for the schools. And everything that's done has to be done under the auspice of the COVID virus for the money spent that way. And then the question that I've got, that I've gotten 3 calls on this week, just this week, from constituents, is that they've come out with the school money and they're gonna do child care for the employees at the schools. And my question is this board, this county, gonna be liable for that money that they get if that child care money is coming from their pot of money? Because I knew that in the beginning, we've already approved some money to go to the schools to help with some projects. And I don't want this board, for us, to get caught owing money back for something that we had no control over.
And
You all can comment to that, or I'll try to answer questions, Mike.
And Mr. Thompson, I will do some checking on that. The CARES Act, I guess the best way to put it is the CARES Act is a multitude of pots, all under one piece of legislation. So there's money that goes directly to some places and some to others, and they have different regulations for each one. So the only one that we've dealt with as far as staff has been the one that's been county government focused. The funding that's gone to the school system, they've kind of dealt with that. I haven't, but we can do some checking to make sure, exactly how that is set up. As you know, any expenditures, this board is the bank account for all county departments and everyone else. So, right. So I don't want to tell you one way or the other, but let us get some staff work done on that.
I was thinking there are different pots of money. The town is responsible for how they spend their money. Boone's Mill is responsible. And I think we need to know if the school system is responsible, and I would think they would be. But, thinking is bad.
Yeah, I would imagine so, but I don't want to tell you wrong, so let us do a little research.
Mr. Thompson.
County attorney got any
The,
insight of words of wisdom on that?
My sense of it is, without having done the research on it, is that the school is a separate political and corporate body, and therefore the money that was given directly to them and did not go through us would be their issue. However, let's say that they end up having to pay something back and they have a shortfall. Right, we know where they're going to look. That doesn't mean you're required, but you know that they are going to look back to the Board of Supervisors, the school itself, the school division is itself, because there'll be a shortfall, if that's the case. As far as the towns are concerned, because we funnel the money through us to the towns, that concerns me a little more, Mike, doesn't it you?
Yeah, it does.
But we're keeping an eye on,
Absolutely, yeah. And one of the probably the good thing to talk about on that is with the towns. The simple way to put it is that if there's money that needs to go back to the federal government, they're going to the state. The feds aren't coming to us. The state's going to come to us. And if there's something that needs to be paid back because of something that one of the towns did, we're gonna be going to the town to get that funding back. One of the things that we've done to try to ensure that is, number one, we've done agreements, legal agreements with the towns, letting them know that if there is anything that's ineligible, they will refund that money. Second thing we've done is we've also we have approved the funding uses before we send them the money. So in other words, some of the money that we gave them that they used for business grants within the town, we actually approved that, made sure that's the use of the money before we gave it out. So
That was in the towns.
that was in the
Now,
towns.
we gave the schools some of our money for specific items, correct?
We have not.
It's not been gone out yet, but it was.
We don't have anything to do with the schools, with our local CARES money, other than we have some local money that you all approved today for PPE to help the schools.
That's what I'm talking about.
Correct.
It's specified what it goes for.
Yes.
And it has to be spent for that only.
Correct.
So, but yeah, you already answered the question. Somebody here said something.
I'm confused. I've gotten calls this week as well regarding that same issue.
Same issue.
Yeah, I know that, and I'm redirecting my constituents to the school board. They're the governing body with respect to that. I thought that we were giving an allocation of $100,000 to the schools for PPE.
We did.
Is that
That was in today's.
okay? So that's the same pot we're talking
Correct.
about.
Yeah.
Same
Yes.
pot of money.
Okay.
That was my concern, and I see everybody shaking their head yes, that we don't want to be held with a pot that of money that we've got to pay back when we had no control over it. And that's a concern because it is Franklin County. And when it's done like that for, well, that's just my opinion. I don't know how child care for school can be COVID related.
Yeah, and
Any more than child care for any other county department.
And that's it, Mr. Thompson. That funding is something that's separate from what we've done and separate from our nearly $10 million of CARES money. So we'll do some research.
But now, we don't approve what the schools ask for, do we?
That hasn't come through us whatsoever.
So
Will it?
Except for the 100,000.
Yeah,
Except
except
for
for
that
100,000
100,000.
for PPE.
Yeah, but none of the rest of it.
But now that's designated, so.
Right.
That was sent down, from my understanding, directly from the state to
Yeah.
directly to the school system.
Through the Department of Education.
And
But
is
it
it-
came
to the
through
school
our
system.
account.
Does that money come into the books of Franklin County and then go to the schools, or does it go directly to the school?
I would have to ask Brian that, but to my knowledge, it does not go through ours, but I just don't want to tell you that for sure.
We'll follow up.
As a follow-up to what Mr. Thompson said, I received a lot of phone calls concerning the school system and this child care program, and my understanding is that was done without a school board meeting and this sort of thing. There was no transparency. It wasn't a public meeting like we had today where we discussed how the money was going to be spent and so forth. So I want to make sure that's on the record to protect us too. We had nothing to do with how they dispensed that money.
It was not up to this. That was going to be my next point. Thank you, Mike. Good job, Mr. Carter, for bringing that in there so that we're just covering our tracks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay.
Could I make one, I got two quick things. I know Mr. Ronald Mitchell brought up about MVP and asked if Chris could contact them about coming here and so forth, and I'm sure you all got the email. They sent Chris an email. They're not coming. and I had sent you all an email, a newspaper article I had seen. I just want to make sure the board and the county is aware that Trinity Construction, which is the West Virginia builder of the pipeline for the West Virginia spread, their counterpart in Franklin County is Precision Pipeline. Trinity has filed a lawsuit against Mountain Valley for non-payment. What this is going to end up being, they can force a lien against the pipeline, against property owners in West Virginia. I want to make the board aware we could be facing the same thing here, because my gut feeling is if they didn't pay Trinity, probably hadn't paid Precision. And I couldn't find it. I didn't have time to look today, but some other subcontractors in West Virginia have also filed suit, and they have named Roanoke Gas in those lawsuits. So we need to be aware of what could be coming down the pike our way in the future. And that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. You good, Tim? Okay. We need a motion to go in closed session. If someone,
Before we go, can I ask one more question?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that we need to do as the governing body to protect the county and the county citizens about for the potential? I guess we gotta wait till anything happens first. And what Mr. Carter was talking about.
Well, as a government, they can't put a lien on our property. So if they have anything that runs over our property, then that
Okay,
would
so
be a
it'll
problem.
all be.
And my understanding is they're placing liens on the citizens' property where the pipeline is on the route, tying their property up in court so they can't sell it or dispense with it until the lien is resolved.
Yeah, mechanics lien, basically.
But in Franklin County, we've got 38 miles of property owners with pipeline on it, so we could be potentially facing 38 miles worth of landowners that have a lien on their property.
Our citizens, yes.
Right.
okay, I need a motion that we go in closed session.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. I think we can do this with a aye vote.
Yeah, a roll call vote.
Roll call, let's
Yes.
do it.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes, ma'am. We are in closed session.